Section 12 of Desert Gold, A Romance of the Border, by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Crater of Hell. The trail led along a gigantic fissure on the side of the crater, and then down and down into a red-walled, blue-hazed labyrinth. Presently Gale, upon turning a sharp corner, was utterly amazed to see that the split in the lava sloped out and widened into an arroyo. It was so green and soft and beautiful in all the angry, contorted red surrounding that Gale could scarcely credit his sight. Blanco's soul whistled his welcome to the scent of water. Then Gale saw a great hole, a pit in the shiny lava, a dark, cool, shady well. There was evidence of the fact that at flood seasons the water had an outlet into the arroyo. The soil appeared to be a fine sand, in which a reddish tinge predominated, and it was abundantly covered with a long grass, still partly green. Mesquites and palo verdes dotted the arroyo and gradually closed in thickets that obstructed the view. "Sure, it all beats me," exclaimed Ladd. "What a place to haul up in! We could have hid here for a long time. Boys, I saw mountain sheep, the old genuine Rocky Mountain bighorn. What do you think of that?" "I reckon it's a Yaqui hunting ground," replied Lash. "That trail we hit must be hundreds of years old. It's worn deep and smooth in iron lava. Well, all I got to say is, Belden was sure right about the Indian, and I can see Rojas's finish somewhere up along that awful hellhole." Camp was made on a level spot. Yaqui took the horses to water, and then turned them loose in the arroyo. It was a tired and somber group that sat down to eat. The strain of suspense equaled the wearing effects of a long ride. Mercedes was calm, but her great dark eyes burned in her white face. Yaqui watched her. The others looked at her with unspoken pride. Presently Thorn wrapped her in his blankets, and she seemed to fall asleep at once. Twilight deepened. The campfire blazed brighter. A cool wind played with Mercedes's black hair, waving strands across her brow. Little of the Yaqui's purpose or plan could be elicited from him, but the look of him was enough to satisfy even Thorn. He leaned against a pile of wood, which he had collected, and his gloomy gaze pierced the campfire, and at long intervals strayed over the motionless form of the Spanish girl. The rangers and Thorn, however, talked in low tones. It was absolutely impossible for Rojas and his men to reach the waterhole before noon of the next day, and long before that time the fugitives would have decided on a plan of defense. What that defense would be, and where it would be made, were matters over which the men considered gravely. Ladd averred the Yaqui would put them into an impregnable position that at the same time would prove a death trap for their pursuers. They exhausted every possibility, and then, tired as they were, still kept on talking. "What stuns me is that Rojas stuck to our trail," said Thorn, his lined and haggard face expressive of dark passion. "He has followed us into this fearful desert. He'll lose men, horses, perhaps his life. He's only a bandit, and he stands to win no gold. If ever he gets out of here, it'll be by Herculean labor and by terrible hardship. All for a poor little helpless woman, just a woman. My God, I can't understand it." "Sure, just a woman," replied Ladd, solemnly nodding his head. Then there was a long silence, during which the men gazed into the fire. Each, perhaps, had some vague conception of the enormity of Rojas's love or hate, some faint and amazing glimpse of the gulf of human passion. Those were cold, hard, grim faces upon which the light flickered. "Sleep," said the Yaqui. Thorn rolled in his blanket close beside Mercedes. Then one by one the rangers stretched out, feet to the fire. Gale found that he could not sleep. His eyes were weary, but they would not stay shut. His body ached for rest, yet he could not lie still. The night was so somber, so gloomy. and the lava-encompassed arroyo full of shadows. The dark velvet sky, fretted with white fire, seemed to be close. There was an absolute silence, as of death. Nothing moved. Nothing outside of Gale's body appeared to live. The Yaqui sat like an image carved out of lava. The others lay prone and quiet. Would another night see any of them lie that way, quiet forever? Gale felt a ripple pass over him that was at once a shudder and a contraction of muscles. Used as he was to the desert and its oppression, why should he feel tonight as if the weight of its lava and the burden of its mystery were bearing him down? He sat up after a while and again watched the fire. Nell's sweet face floated like a wraith in the pale smoke, glowed and flushed and smiled in the embers. Other faces shone there, his sister's, that of his mother. Gale shook off the tender memories. This desolate wilderness with its forbidding silence and its dark promise of hell on the morrow, this was not the place to unnerve oneself with thoughts of love and home. But the torturing paradox of the thing was that this was just the place and just the night for a man to be haunted. By and by Gale rose and walked down a shadowy aisle between the mesquites. On his way back the Yaqui joined him. Gale was not surprised. He had become used to the Indian's strange guardianship. But now, perhaps because of Gale's poignancy of thought, the contending tides of love and regret, the deep, burning premonition of deadly strife, he was moved to a keener scrutiny of the Yaqui. That, of course, was futile. The Indian was impenetrable, silent, strange. But suddenly, inexplicably, Gale felt Yaqui's human quality. It was aloof, as was everything about this Indian, but it was there. This savage walked silently beside him, without glance or touch or word. His thought was as inscrutable as if mind had never awakened in his race. Yet Gale was conscious of greatness, and, somehow, he was reminded of the Indian story. His home had been desolated, his people carried off to slavery, his wife and children separated from him to die. What had life meant to the Yaqui? What had been in his heart? What was now in his mind? Gale could not answer these questions, but the difference between himself and Yaqui, which he had vaguely felt as that between savage and civilized men, faded out of his mind forever. Yaqui might have considered he owed Gale a debt, and, with the Yaqui's austere and noble fidelity to honor, he meant to pay it. Nevertheless, this was not the thing Gale found in the Indian's silent presence. Excepting the desert with its subtle and inconceivable influence, Gale felt that the savage and the white man had been bound in a tie which was no less brotherly because it could not be comprehended. Toward dawn Gale managed to get some sleep. Then the morning broke with the sun hidden back of the uplift of the plateau. The horses trooped up the arroyo and snorted for water. After a hurried breakfast the packs were hidden in holes of the lava. The saddles were left where they were, and the horses allowed to graze and wander at will. Canteens were filled, a small bag of food was packed, and blankets were made into a bundle. Then Yaqui faced the steep ascent of the lava slope. The trail he followed led up on the right side of the fissure, opposite to the one he had come down. It was a steep climb, and encumbered as the men were, they made but slow progress. Mercedes had to be lifted up smooth steps and across crevices. They passed places where the rims of the fissure were but a few yards apart. At length the rims widened out, and the red, smoky crater yawned beneath. Yaqui left the trail and began clambering down over the rough and twisted convolutions of lava which formed the rim. Sometimes he hung sheer over the precipice. It was with extreme difficulty that the party followed him. Mercedes had to be held on narrow, foot-wide ledges. The cholla was there to hinder passage. Finally the Indian halted upon a narrow bench of flat, smooth lava, and his followers worked with exceeding care and effort down to his position. At the back of this bench, between bunches of cholla, was a niche, a shallow cave with floor lined apparently with mold. Ladd said the place was a refuge which had been inhabited by mountain sheep for many years. Yaki spread blankets inside, left the canteen and sack of food, and with a gesture at once humble, yet that of a chief, he invited Mercedes to enter. A few more gestures and fewer words disclosed his plan. In this inaccessible nook Mercedes was to be hidden. The men were to go around upon the opposite rim, and block the trail leading down to the waterhole. Gale marked the nature of this area. It was the wildest and most rugged place he had ever stepped upon. Only a sheep could have climbed up the wall above or along the slanting shelf of lava beyond. Below glistened a whole bank of cholla, frosty in the sunlight, and it overhung an apparently bottomless abyss. Ladd chose the smallest gun in the party and gave it to Mercedes. "Sure, it's the best to go to the limit on being ready," he said simply. "The chances are you'll never need it, but if you do—" He left off there, and his break was significant. Mercedes answered him with a fearless and indomitable flash of eyes. Thorn was the only one who showed any shaken nerve. His leave-taking of his wife was affecting and hurried. Then he and the rangers carefully stepped in the tracks of the Yaki. They climbed up to the level of the rim and went along the edge. When they reached the fissure and came upon its narrowest point, Yaki showed in his actions that he meant to leap it. Ladd restrained the Indian. They then continued along the rim till they reached several bridges of lava which crossed it. The fissure was deep in some parts, choked in others. Evidently the crater had no direct outlet into the arroyo below. Its bottom, however, must have been far beneath the level of the waterhole. After the fissure was crossed, the trail was soon found. Here it ran back from the rim. Yaki waved his hand to the right, where along the corrugated slope of the crater there were holes and crevices and coverts for 100 men. Yaki strode upon the trail toward a higher point, where presently his dark figure stood motionless against the sky. The rangers and Thorn selected a deep depression, out of which led several ruts deep enough for cover. According to Ladd, it was as good a place as any, perhaps not so hidden as others, but freer from the dreaded cholla. Here the men laid down rifles and guns, and, removing their heavy cartridge belts, settled down to wait. Their location was close to the rim wall and probably 500 yards from the opposite rim, which was now seen to be considerably below them. The glaring red cliff presented a deceitful and baffling appearance. It had 1,000 ledges and holes in its surfaces, and one moment it looked perpendicular, and the next there seemed to be a long slant. Thorn pointed out where he thought Mercedes was hidden. Ladd selected another place, and Lash still another. Gale searched for the bank of cholla he had seen under the bench where Mercedes' retreat lay, and when he found it the others disputed his opinion. Then Gale brought his field glass into requisition, proving that he was right. Once located and fixed in sight, the white patch of cholla, the bench, and the sheep eyrie stood out from the other features of that rugged wall. But all the men were agreed that Yaki had hidden Mercedes where only the eyes of a vulture could have found her. Jim Lash crawled into a little strip of shade and bided the time tranquilly. Ladd was restless and impatient and watchful, every little while rising to look up the far-reaching slope, and then to the right, where Yaki's dark figure stood out from a high point of the rim. Thorn grew silent, and seemed consumed by a slow, sullen rage. Gale was neither calm nor free of a gnawing suspense nor of awaiting wrath. But as best he could he put the pending action out of mind. It came over him all of a sudden that he had not grasped the stupendous nature of this desert setting. There was the measureless red slope, its lower ridges finally sinking into white sand dunes toward the blue sea. The cold, sparkling light, the white sun, the deep azure of the sky, the feeling of boundless expanse all around him, these meant high altitude. Southward the barren red simply merged into distance. The field of craters rose in high, dark wheels toward the dominating peaks. When Gale withdrew his gaze from the magnitude of these spaces and heights, the crater beneath him seemed dwarfed. Yet while he gazed, it spread and deepened and multiplied its ragged lines. No, he could not grasp the meaning of size or distance here. There was too much to stun the sight. But the mood in which nature had created this convulsed world of lava seized hold upon him. Meanwhile the hours passed. As the sun climbed, the clear, steely lights vanished, the blue hazes deepened, and slowly the glistening surfaces of lava turned redder. Lad was concerned to discover that Yaki was missing from his outlook upon the high point. Jim Lash came out of the shady crevice, and stood up to buckle on his cartridge belt. His narrow, gray glance slowly roved from the height of the lava down along the slope, paused in doubt, and then swept on to resurvey the whole vast eastern dip of the plateau. "I reckon my eyes are poor," he said. "Maybe it's this damn red glare. Anyway, what's them creepin' spots up there?" "Sure, I seen them. Mountain sheep," replied Lad. "Guess again, laddie. Nick, I reckon you'd better flash the glass up the slope." Gale adjusted the field glass and began to search the lava, beginning close at hand and working away from him. Presently the glass became stationary. "I see half a dozen animals, brown in color. They look like sheep, but I couldn't distinguish mountain sheep from antelope." "Sure, they're bighorn," said Laddie. "I reckon if you'll pull round to the east and search under that long wall of lava, there, you'll see what I see," added Jim. The glass climbed and circled, wavered an instant, then fixed steady as a rock. There was a breathless silence. 14 horses, 2-packed, some mounted, others without riders, and lame, said Gale, slowly. Yaki appeared far up the trail, coming swiftly. Presently he saw the rangers and halted to wave his arms and point. Then he vanished as if the lava had opened beneath him. "Lemme that glass," suddenly said Jim Lash. "I'm seeing red. I tell you, well, poor as my eyes are, they had it right. Rojas and his outfit have left the trail." "Jim, you ain't meanin' they've taken to that awful slope?" queried Lad. "I sure do. There they are, still comin', but going down too. Maybe Rojas is crazy, but it begins to look like he—" "Laddie, I'll be danged if the greaser bunch ain't vamoosed, gone out of sight. Right there, not a half-mile away, the whole caboodle gone." "Sure, they're behind a crust or have gone down into a rut," suggested Lad. "They'll show again in a minute. Look sharp, boys, for I'm figuring Rojas will spread his men." Minutes passed, but nothing moved upon the slope. Each man crawled up to a vantage point along the crest of the rotting lava. The watchers were careful to peer through little notches or from behind a spur, and the constricted nature of their hiding place kept them close together. Lad's muttering grew into a growl, then lapsed into silence that marked his companions. From time to time the rangers looked inquiringly at Gale. The field glass, however, like the naked sight, could not catch the slightest moving object out there upon the lava. A long hour of slow, mounting suspense wore on. "Sure, it's all going to be as queer as the Yaki," said Lad. Indeed, the strange mien, the silent action, the somber character of the Indian had not been without effect upon the minds of the men. Then the weird, desolate, tragic scene added to the vague sense of mystery. And now the disappearance of Rojas's band, the long wait in the silence, the boding certainty of invisible foes crawling, circling closer and closer, lent to the situation a final touch that made it unreal. "I'm reckoning there's a mine behind them greasers," replied Jim. "Or maybe we ain't done Rojas credit. If something would only come off." That Lash, the coolest, most provokingly nonchalant of men in times of peril, should begin to show a nervous strain was all the more indicative of a subtle, pervading unreality. "Boys, look sharp!" suddenly called Lash. "Low, down to the left. Maybe 300 yards. See? Along by them seams of lava, behind the chollas. First off I thought it was a sheep, but it's the Yaqui, crawling swift as a lizard. Can't you see him?" It was a full moment before Jim's companions could locate the Indian. Flat as a snake, Yaqui wound himself along with incredible rapidity. His advance was all the more remarkable for the fact that he appeared to pass directly under the dreaded chollas. Sometimes he paused to lift his head and look. He was directly in line with the huge whirl of lava that rose higher than any point on the slope. This spur was 1/4 of a mile from the position of the Rangers. "Sure he's heading for that high place," said Ladd. "He's going slow now. There, he's stopped behind some chollas. He's getting up. No, he's kneeling. Now what the hell?" "Laddie, take a peek at the side of that lava ridge," sharply called Jim. "I guess maybe something ain't coming off. See? There's Rojas in his outfit climbing. Don't make out no hosses. Dick, use your glass and tell us what's doing. I'll watch Yaqui and tell you what his move means." Clearly and distinctly, almost as if he could have touched them, Gale had Rojas and his followers in sight. They were toiling up through the rough lava on foot. They were heavily armed. Spurs, chaps, jackets, scarves were not in evidence. Gale saw the lean, swarthy faces, the black, straggly hair, the ragged, soiled garments which had once been white. "They're almost up now," Gale was saying. "There, they hauled on top. I see Rojas. He looks wild. By fellows, an Indian. It's a Papago. Belding's old herder." The Indian points, this way, then down. He's showing Rojas the lay of the trail. "Boys, Yaqui's in range of that bunch," said Jim swiftly. "He's raising his rifle slow. Lord, how slow he is. He's covered someone. Which one I can't say, but I think he'll pick Rojas. The Yaqui can shoot. He'll pick Rojas," added Gale grimly. "Rojas? Yes, yes," cried Thorne, in passion of suspense. "Not on your life," Ladd's voice cut in with scorn. "Gentlemen, you can gamble Yaqui'll kill the Papago. That traitor Indian knows these sheep haunts. He's telling Rojas." A sharp rifle shot rang out. "Laddie's right," called Gale. "The Papago's hit. His arm falls. There he tumbles." More shots rang out. Yaqui was seen standing erect, firing rapidly at the darting Mexicans. For all Gale could make out, no second bullet took effect. Rojas and his men vanished behind the bulge of lava. Then Yaqui deliberately backed away from his position. He made no effort to run or hide. Evidently he watched cautiously for signs of pursuers in the ruts and behind the chollas. Presently he turned and came straight toward the position of the Rangers, sheered off perhaps 100 paces below it, and disappeared in a crevice. Plainly his intention was to draw pursuers within rifle shot. "Sure, Jim, you had your wish. Something come off," said Ladd. "And I'm saying thank God for the Yaqui. That Papago would have ruined us. Even so, maybe he's told Rojas more'n enough to make us sweat blood." "He had a chance to kill Rojas," cried out the drawn-faced, passionate Thorne. "He didn't take it. He didn't take it." Only Ladd appeared to be able to answer the cavalryman's poignant cry. "Listen, son," he said, and his voice rang. "We all know how you feel. And if I'd had that one shot, never in the world would I have picked the Papago guide. I'd have had to kill Rojas. That's the white man of it. But Yaqui was right. Only an Indian could have done it. You can gamble the Papago alive meant slim chance for us, because he'd led straight to where Mercedes is hidden, and then we'd left cover to fight it out." When you come to think of the Yankees' hate for greasers, when you just seen him pass up a shot at one, well, I don't know how to say what I mean, but damn me, my sombrero is off to the Indian." "I reckon so, and I reckon the ball's opened," rejoined Lash, and now that former nervous impatience so unnatural to him was as if it had never been. He was smiling cool, and his voice had almost a caressing note. He tapped the breech of his Winchester with a sinewy brown hand, and he did not appear to be addressing anyone in particular. "Yankees opened the ball. Look up your partners there, gents, and get ready to dance." Another wait set in, and judging by the more direct rays of the sun and a receding of the little shadows cast by the chollas, Gale was of the opinion that it was a long wait. But it seemed short. The four men were lying under the bank of a half-circular hole in the lava. It was notched and cracked, and its rim was fringed by chollas. It sloped down and opened to an unobstructed view of the crater. Gale had the upper position, farthest to the right, and therefore was best shielded from possible fire from the higher ridges of the rim, some 300 yards distant. Jim came next, well hidden in a crack. The positions of Thorn and Ladd were most exposed. They kept sharp lookout over the uneven rampart of their hiding place. The sun passed the zenith, began to slope westward, and to grow hotter as it sloped. The men waited and waited. Gale saw no impatience even in Thorn. The sultry air seemed to be laden with some burden or quality that was at once composed of heat, menace, color, and silence. Even the light glancing up from the lava seemed red, and the silence had substance. Sometimes Gale felt that it was unbearable, yet he made no effort to break it. Suddenly this dead stillness was rent by a shot, clear and stinging, close at hand. It was from a rifle, not a carbine. With startling quickness a cry followed, a cry that pierced Gale. It was so thin, so high-keyed, so different from all other cries. It was the involuntary human shriek at death. "Yankees called out another partner," said Jim Lash laconically. Carbines began to crack. The reports were quick, light, like sharp spats without any ring. Gale peered from behind the edge of his covert. Above the ragged wave of lava floated faint whitish clouds, all that was visible of smokeless powder. Then Gale made out round spots, dark against the background of red, and in front of them leaped out small tongues of fire. Ladd's 405 began to spang with its beautiful sound of power. Thorn was firing, somewhat wildly, Gale thought. Then Jim Lash pushed his Winchester over the rim under a cholla, and between shots Gale could hear him singing, "Turn the lady, turn the lady, turn. Allaman left, swing your partners, forward and back, turn the lady, turn." Gale got into the fight himself, not so sure that he hit any of the round, bobbing objects he aimed at, but growing sure of himself as action liberated something forced and congested within his breast. Then over the position of the Rangers came a hail of steel bullets. Those that struck the lava hissed away into the crater. Those that came biting through the chollas made a sound which resembled a sharp ripping of silk. Bits of cactus stung Gale's face, and he dreaded the flying thorns more than he did the flying bullets. "Hold on, boys," called Ladd, as he crouched down to reload his rifle. "Save your shells. The greasers are sprinting on us, some going down below Yaqui, others moving up for that high ridge. When they get up there, I'm damned if it won't be hot for us. There ain't room for all of us to hide here." Ladd raised himself to peep over the rim. Shots were now scattering, and all appeared to come from below. Emboldened by this, he rose higher. A shot from in front, a rip of bullet through the cholla, a spat of something hitting Ladd's face, a steel missile hissing onward. These inseparably blended sounds were all registered by Gale's sensitive ear. With a curse, Lad tumbled down into the hole. His face showed a great gray blotch and starting blood. Gale felt a sickening assurance of desperate injury to the ranger. He ran to him calling, "Laddie, Laddie!" "Sure, I ain't plugged. It's a damn choya burr. The bullet knocked it in my face. Pull it out." The oval, long-spiked comb was firmly embedded in Lad's cheek. Blood streamed down his face and neck. Carefully, yet with no thought of pain to himself, Gale tried to pull the cactus joint away. It was as firm as if it had been nailed there. That was the damnable feature of the barbed thorns. Once set, they held on as that strange plant held to its desert life. Lad began to writhe, and sweat mingled with the blood on his face. He cursed and raved, and his movements made it almost impossible for Gale to do anything. "Put your knife blade under and tear it out," shouted Lad hoarsely. Thus ordered, Gale slipped a long blade between the embedded thorns, and with a powerful jerk, literally tore the choya out of Lad's quivering flesh. Then, where the ranger's face was not red and raw, it certainly was white. A volley of shots from a different angle was followed by the quick ring of steel bullets striking the lava all around Gale. His first idea, as he heard the projectiles sing and hum and whine away into the air, was that they were coming from above him. He looked up to see a number of low, white and dark knobs upon the high point of lava. They had not been there before. Then he saw little, pale, leaping tongues of fire. As he dodged down, he distinctly heard a bullet strike Lad. At the same instant he seemed to hear Thorn cry out and fall, and Lash's boots scrape rapidly away. Lad fell backward, still holding the 405. Gale dragged him into the shelter of his own position, and, dreading to look at him, took up the heavy weapon. It was with a kind of strange savage strength that he gripped the rifle, and it was with cold and deadly intent that he aimed and fired. The first greaser huddled low, let his carbine go clattering down, and then crawled behind the rim. The second and third jerked back. The fourth seemed to flop over the crest of lava. A dark arm reached for him, clutched his leg, tried to drag him up. It was in vain. Wildly grasping at the air, the bandit fell, slid down a steep shelf, rolled over the rim, to go hurtling down out of sight. Fingering the hot rifle with close-pressed hands, Gale watched the skyline along the high point of lava. It remained unbroken. As his passion left him, he feared to look at his companions, and the cold chill returned to his breast. "Sure, I'm damn glad them greasers ain't using soft-nosed bullets," drawled a calm voice. Swift as lightning, Gale whirled. "Laddie, I thought you were done for," cried Gale, with a break in his voice. "I ain't a-mindin' the bullet much, but that choya joint took my nerve, and you can gamble on it. Dick, this hole's pretty high up, ain't it?" The ranger's blouse was open at the neck, and on his right shoulder under the collarbone was a small hole just beginning to bleed. "Sure, it's high, laddie," replied Gale, gladly. "Went clear through, clean as a whistle." He tore a handkerchief into two parts, made wads, and pressing them close over the wounds, he bound them there with Lad's scarf. "Sure, it's funny how a bullet can floor a man and then not do any damage," said Lad. "I felt a zip of wind and something like a pat on my chest, and down I went. Well, so much for the small caliber with their steel bullets. Supposin' I'd connected with the 405. "Laddie, I'm afraid Thorn's done for," whispered Gale. "He's lying over there in that crack. I can see part of him. He doesn't move. I was wondering if I'd have to tell you that. Dick, he went down hard hit, fallen, limp and soggy. It was a moral cinch one of us would get it in this fight. But God, I'm sorry Thorn had to be the man." "Laddie, maybe he's not dead," replied Gale. He called aloud to his friend. There was no answer. Lad got up, and after peering keenly at the height of lava, he strode swiftly across the space. It was only a dozen steps to the crack in the lava where Thorn had fallen head first. Lad bent over, went to his knees, so that Gale saw only his head. Then he appeared rising with arms around the cavalryman. He dragged him across the hole to the sheltered corner that alone afforded protection. He had scarcely reached it when a carbine cracked and a bullet struck the flinty lava, striking sparks, then singing away into the air. Thorn was either dead or unconscious, and Gale, with a contracting throat and numb heart, decided for the former. Not so Lad, who probed the bloody gash on Thorn's temple, and then felt his breast. "He's alive, and not bad hurt. The bullet hit him glancin'. Sure, them steel bullets are some lucky for us. Dick, you needn't look so glum. I tell you he ain't bad hurt. I felt his skull with my finger. There's no hole in it. Wash him off and tie. Wow! Did you get that wind off that one? And maybe it didn't sing off the lava. Dick, look after Thorn now while I—" The completion of his speech was the stirring ring of the 405, and then he uttered a laugh that was unpleasant. "Sure, Greaser, there's a man-sized bullet for you. No slim, sharp-pointed steel jacket nail. I'm taking it on me to believe you're appreciating of the 405, seeing as you don't make no fuss." It was indeed a joy to Gale to find that Thorn had not received a wound necessarily fatal, though it was serious enough. Gale bathed and bound it, and laid the cavalryman against the slant of the bank, his head high to lessen the probability of bleeding. As Gale straightened up, Lad muttered low and deep, and swung the heavy rifle around to the left. Far along the slope a figure moved. Lad began to work the lever of the Winchester and to shoot. At every shot the heavy firearm sprang up, and the recoil made Lad's shoulder give back. Gale saw the bullet strike the lava before the fleeing Mexican, sending up dull puffs of dust. On the sixth shot he plunged down out of sight, either hit or frightened into seeking cover. "Dick, maybe there's one or two left above, but we needn't figure much on it," said Lad, as loading the rifle. He jerked his fingers quickly from the hot breech. "Listen, Jim and Yankee are hitting it up lively down below. I'll sneak down there. You stay here and keep about half an eye peeled up yonder, and keep the rest my way." Lad crossed the hole, climbed down into the deep crack where Thorn had fallen, and then went stooping along with only his head above the level. Presently he disappeared. Gale, having a little to fear from the high ridge, directed most of his attention toward the point beyond which Lad had gone. The firing had become desultory, and the light carbine shots outnumbered the sharp rifle shots 5-1. Gale made a note of the fact that for some little time he had not heard the unmistakable report of Jim Lash's automatic. Then ensued a long interval in which the desert silence seemed to recover its grip. The 405 ripped it asunder. Spang, spang, spang. Gale fancied he heard yells. There were a few pattering shots still farther down the trail. Gale had an uneasy conviction that Rojas and some of his band might go straight to the waterhole. It would be hard to dislodge even a few men from that retreat. There seemed a lull in the battle. Gale ventured to stand high, and screened behind choyas, he swept the three-quarter circle of lava with his glass. In the distance he saw horses, but no riders. Below him, down the slope along the crater rim and the trail, the lava was bare of all except tufts of choya. Gale gathered assurance. It looked as if the day was favoring his side. Then Thorn, coming partly to consciousness, engaged Gale's care. The cavalryman stirred and moaned, called for water, and then for Mercedes. Gale held him back with a strong hand, and presently he was once more quiet. For the first time in hours, as it seemed, Gale took note of the physical aspect of his surroundings. He began to look upon them without keen gaze strained for crouching form, or bobbing head, or spouting carbine. Either Gale's sense of color and proportion had become deranged during the fight, or the encompassing air and the desert had changed. Even the sun had changed. It seemed lowering, oval in shape, magenta in hue, and it had a surface that gleamed like oil on water. Its red rays shone through red haze. Distances that had formerly been clearly outlined were now dim, obscured. The yawning chasm was not the same. It circled wider, redder, deeper. It was a weird, ghastly mouth of hell. Gale stood fascinated, unable to tell how much he saw was real, how much was exaggeration of overwrought emotions. There was no beauty here, but an unparalleled grandeur, a sublime scene of devastation and desolation which might have had its counterpart upon the burned-out moon. The mood that gripped Gale now added to a somber portent and unshakable foreboding of calamity. He wrestled with the spell as if it were a physical foe. Reason and intelligence had their voices in his mind, but the moment was not one wherein these things could wholly control. He felt life strong within his breast, yet there, a step away, was death, yawning, glaring, smoky red. It was a moment, an hour for a savage, born, bred, developed in this scarred and blasted place of jagged depths and red distances and silences never meant to be broken. Since Gale was not a savage, he fought that call of the red gods which sent him back down the long ages toward his primitive day. His mind combated his sense of sight and the hearing that seemed useless, and his mind did not win all the victory. Something fatal was here, hanging in the balance, as the red haze hung along the vast walls of that crater of hell. Suddenly harsh, prolonged yells brought him to his feet, and the unrealities vanished. Far down the trails where the crater rims closed in the deep fissure he saw moving forms. They were 3 in number. 2 of them ran nimbly across the lava bridge. The third staggered far behind. It was Ladd. He appeared hard hit. He dragged at the heavy rifle which he seemed unable to raise. The yells came from him. He was calling the Yaqui. Gale's heart stood still momentarily. Here, then, was the catastrophe. He hardly dared sweep that fissure with his glass. The 2 fleeing figures halted, turned to fire at Ladd. Gale recognized the foremost one, small, compact, gaudy. Rojas. The bandit's arm was outstretched. Puffs of white smoke rose, and shots rapped out. When Ladd went down, Rojas threw his gun aside and with a wild yell bounded over the lava. His companion followed. A tide of passion, first hot as fire, then cold as ice, rushed over Gale when he saw Rojas take the trail toward Mercedes's hiding place. The little bandit appeared to have the sure-footedness of a mountain sheep. The Mexican following was not so sure or fast. He turned back. Gale heard the trenchant bark of the 405. Ladd was kneeling. He shot again. The retreating bandit seemed to run full into an invisible obstacle, then fell lax, inert, lifeless. Rojas sped on, unmindful of the spurts of dust about him. Yaqui, high above Ladd, was also firing at the bandit. Then both rifles were emptied. Rojas turned at a high break in the trail. He shook a defiant hand, and his exulting yell pealed faintly to Gale's ears. About him there was something desperate, magnificent. He clambered down the trail. Ladd dropped the 405, and, rising, gun in hand, he staggered toward the bridge of lava. Before he had crossed it, Yaqui came bounding down the slope, and in one splendid leap he cleared the fissure. He ran beyond the trail and disappeared on the lava above. Rojas had not seen this sudden, darting move of the Indian. Gale felt himself bitterly powerless to aid in that pursuit. He could only watch. He wondered fearfully what had become of Lash. Presently, when Rojas came out of the cracks and ruts of lava, there might be a chance of disabling him by a long shot. His progress was now slow, but he was making straight for Mercedes's hiding place. What was it leading him there? An eagle eye, or hate, or instinct? Why did he go on when there could be no turning back for him on that trail? Lad was slow, heavy, staggering on the trail, but he was relentless. Only death could stop the ranger now. Surely Rojas must have known that when he chose the trail. From time to time Gale caught glimpses of Yaki's dark figure, stealing along the higher rim of the crater. He was making for a point above the bandit. Moments, endless moments dragged by. The lowering sun colored only the upper half of the crater walls. Far down the depths were murky blue. Again Gale felt the insupportable silence. The red haze became a transparent veil before his eyes. Sinister, evil, brooding, waiting, seemed that yawning abyss. Lad staggered along the trail. At times he crawled. The Yaki gained. He might have had wings. He leaped from jagged crust to jagged crust. His sure-footedness was a wonderful thing. But for Gale the marvel of that endless period of watching was the purpose of the bandit Rojas. He had now no weapon. Gale's glass made this fact plain. There was death behind him, death below him, death before him, and though he could not have known it, death above him. He never faltered, never made a misstep upon the narrow, flinty trail. When he reached the lower end of the level ledge, Gale's poignant doubt became a certainty. Rojas had seen Mercedes. It was incredible, yet Gale believed it. Then, his heart clamped as in an icy vice, Gale threw forward the Remington, and sinking on one knee, began to shoot. He emptied the magazine. Puffs of dust near Rojas did not even make him turn. As Gale began to reload, he was horror-stricken by a low cry from Thorn. The cavalryman had recovered consciousness. He was half-raised, pointing with shaking hand at the opposite ledge. His distended eyes were riveted upon Rojas. He was trying to utter speech that would not come. Gale wheeled, rigid now, steeling himself to one last forlorn hope, that Mercedes could defend herself. She had a gun. He doubted not at all that she would use it. But, remembering her terror of this savage, he feared for her. Rojas reached the level of the ledge. He halted. He crouched. It was the act of a panther. Manifestly he saw Mercedes within the cave. Then faint shots patted the air, broke in quick echo. Rojas went down as if struck a heavy blow. He was hit. But even as Gale yelled in sheer madness, the bandit leaped erect. He seemed too quick, too supple to be badly wounded. A slight, dark figure flashed out of the cave. Mercedes! She backed against the wall. Gale saw a puff of white, heard a report. But the bandit lunged at her. Mercedes ran, not to try to pass him, but straight for the precipice. Her intention was plain, but Rojas outstripped her, even as she reached the verge. Then a piercing scream pealed across the crater, a scream of despair. Gale closed his eyes. He could not bear to see more. Thorn echoed Mercedes's scream. Gale looked round just in time to leap and catch the cavalryman as he staggered, apparently for the steep slope. And then, as Gale dragged him back, both fell. Gale saved his friend, but he plunged into a cholla. He drew his hands away full of the great glistening cones of thorns. "For God's sake, Gale, shoot! Shoot! Kill her! Kill her! Can't you see, Rojas?" Thorn fainted. Gale, stunned for the instant, stood with uplifted hands, and gazed from Thorn across the crater. Rojas had not killed Mercedes. He was overpowering her. His actions seemed slow, wearing, purposeful. Hers were violent. Like a trapped she-wolf, Mercedes was fighting. She tore, struggled, flung herself. Rojas's intention was terribly plain. In agony now, both mental and physical, cold and sick and weak, Gale gripped his rifle and aimed at the struggling forms on the ledge. He pulled the trigger. The bullet struck up a cloud of red dust close to the struggling couple. Again Gale fired, hoping to hit Rojas, praying to kill Mercedes. The bullet struck high. A third, fourth, fifth time the Remington spoke, in vain. The rifle fell from Gale's racked hands. How horribly plain that fiend's intention! Gale tried to close his eyes, but could not. He prayed wildly for a sudden blindness, to faint as Thorn had fainted. But he was transfixed to the spot with eyes that pierced the red light. Mercedes was growing weaker, seemed about to collapse. "Oh, Jim Lash, are you dead?" cried Gale. "Oh, laddie! Oh, Yankee!" Suddenly a dark form literally fell down the wall behind the ledge where Rojas fought the girl. It sank in a heap, then bounded erect. "Yankee!" screamed Gale, and he waved his bleeding hands till the blood bespattered his face. Then he choked. Utterance became impossible. The Indian bent over Rojas and flung him against the wall. Mercedes, sinking back, lay still. When Rojas got up, the Indian stood between him and escape from the ledge. Rojas backed the other way along the narrowing shelf of lava. His manner was abject, stupefied. Slowly he stepped backward. It was then that Gale caught the white gleam of a knife in Yankee's hand. Rojas turned and ran. He rounded a corner of wall where the footing was precarious. Yankee followed slowly. His figure was dark and menacing, but he was not in a hurry. When he passed off the ledge, Rojas was edging farther and farther along the wall. He was clinging now to the lava, creeping inch by inch. Perhaps he had thought to work around the buttress or climb over it. Evidently he went as far as possible, and there he clung, an unscalable wall above, the abyss beneath. The approach of the Yankee was like a slow, dark shadow of gloom. If it seemed so to the stricken Gale, what must it have been to Rojas? He appeared to sink against the wall. The Yankee stole closer and closer. He was the savage now, and for him the moment must have been glorified. Gale saw him gaze up at the great circling walls of the crater, then down into the depths. Perhaps the red haze hanging above him, or the purple haze below, or the deep caverns in the lava, held for Yankee spirits of the desert, his gods to whom he called. Perhaps he invoked shadows of his loved ones and his race, calling them in this moment of vengeance. Gale heard, or imagined he heard, that wild, strange Yankee cry. Then the Indian stepped close to Rojas, and bent low, keeping out of reach. How slow were his motions! Would Yankee never end it? A wail drifted across the crater to Gale's ears. Rojas fell backward and plunged sheer. The bank of white chollas caught him, held him upon their steel spikes. How long did Gale sit there watching Rojas wrestling and writhing in convulsive frenzy? The bandit now seemed mad to win the delayed death. When he broke free he was a white-patched object no longer human, a ball of cholla burrs, and he slipped off the bank to shoot down and down into the purple depths of the crater. End of section 12. Section 13 of Desert Gold, A Romance of the Border, by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Changes at Forlorn River. The 1st of March saw the federal occupation of the garrison at Casita. After a short, decisive engagement, the rebels were dispersed into small bands and driven eastward along the boundary line toward Nogales. It was the destiny of Forlorn River, however, never to return to the slow, sleepy tenor of its former existence. Belding's predictions came true. That straggling line of homeseekers was but a forerunner of the real invasion of Altar Valley. Refugees from Mexico and from Casita spread the word that water, wood, and grass and land were to be had at Forlorn River, and as if by magic, the white tents and red adobe houses sprang up to glisten in the sun. Belding was happier than he had been for a long time. He believed that evil days for Forlorn River, along with the apathy and lack of enterprise, were in the past. He hired a couple of trustworthy Mexicans to ride the boundary line, and he settled down to think of ranching and irrigation and mining projects. Every morning he expected to receive some word from Sonoita or Yuma, telling him that Yaqui had guided his party safely across the desert. Belding was simple-minded, a man more inclined to action than reflection. When the complexities of life hemmed him in, he groped his way out, never quite understanding. His wife had always been a mystery to him. Nell was sunshine most of the time, but like the sun-dominated desert, she was subject to strange changes, willful, stormy, sudden. It was enough for Belding now to find his wife in a lighter, happier mood, and to see Nell dreamily turning a ring round and round the third finger of her left hand and watching the west. Every day both mother and daughter appeared farther removed from the past darkly threatening days. Belding was hearty in his affections, but undemonstrative. If there was any sentiment in his make-up, it had an outlet in his memory of Blanco Diablo and a longing to see him. Often Belding stopped his work to gaze out over the desert toward the west. When he thought of his Rangers and Thorn and Mercedes, he certainly never forgot his horse. He wondered if Diablo was running, walking, resting, if Yaqui was finding water and grass. In March, with the short desert winter over, the days began to grow warm. The noon hours were hot, and seemed to give promise of the white summer blaze and blasting furnace wind soon to come. No word was received from the Rangers. But this caused Belding no concern, and it seemed to him that his womenfolk considered no news good news. Among the many changes coming to pass in Forlorn River were the installing of post-office service and the building of a mescal drinking house. Belding had worked hard for the post office, but he did not like the idea of a saloon for Forlorn River. Still, that was an inevitable evil. The Mexicans would have mescal. Belding had kept the little border hamlet free of an establishment for distillation of the fiery cactus drink. A good many Americans drifted into Forlorn River, miners, cowboys, prospectors, outlaws, and others of nondescript character, and these men, of course, made the saloon, which was also an inn, their headquarters. Belding, with Carter and other old residents, saw the need of a sheriff for Forlorn River. One morning early in this spring month, while Belding was on his way from the house to the corrals, he saw Nell running Blanco Jose down the road at a gait that amazed him. She did not take the turn of the road to come by the gate. She put Jose at a 4-foot wire fence and came clattering into the yard. "Nell must have another tantrum," said Belding. "She's long past due." Blanco Jose, like the other white horses, was big of frame and heavy, and thunder rolled from under his great hoofs. Nell pulled him up, and as he pounded and slid to a halt in a cloud of dust, she swung lightly down. It did not take more than half an eye for Belding to see that she was furious. "Nell, what's come off now?" asked Belding. "I'm not going to tell you," she replied, and started away, leading Jose toward the corral. Belding leisurely followed. She went into the corral, removed Jose's bridle, and led him to the watering trough. Belding came up, and without saying anything began to unbuckle Jose's saddle girths. But he ventured a look at Nell. The red had gone from her face, and he was surprised to see her eyes brimming with tears. Most assuredly this was not one of Nell's tantrums. While taking off Jose's saddle and hanging it in the shed, Belding pondered in his slow way. When he came back to the corral, Nell had her face against the bars, and she was crying. He slipped a big arm around her and waited. Although it was not often expressed, there was a strong attachment between them. "Dad, I don't want you to think me a baby any more," she said. "I've been insulted." With the specific fact to make clear thought in Belding's mind, he was never slow. "I knew something unusual had come off. I guess you'd better tell me." "Dad, I will, if you promise." "What?" "Not to mention it to Mother, not to pack a gun down there, and never, never tell Dick." Belding was silent. Seldom did he make promises readily. "Nell, sure something must have come off for you to ask all that." "If you don't promise, I'll never tell, that's all," she declared firmly. Belding deliberated a little longer. He knew the girl. "Well, I promise not to tell Mother," he said presently, "and seeing you're here safe and well, I guess I won't go packing a gun down there, wherever that is. But I won't promise to keep anything from Dick that perhaps he ought to know." "Dad, what would Dick do if he were here and I were to tell him I'd been horribly insulted?" "I guess that'd depend. Mostly, you know, Dick does what you want. But you couldn't stop him. Nobody could, if there was a reason, a man's reason, to get started. Remember what he did to Rojas. Nell, tell me what's happened." Nell, regaining her composure, wiped her eyes and smoothed back her hair. "The other day, Wednesday," she began, "I was coming home, and in front of that mescal drinking place there was a crowd. It was a noisy crowd. I didn't want to walk out into the street or seem afraid, but I had to do both. There were several young men, and if they weren't drunk they certainly were rude. I never saw them before, but I think they must belong to the mining company that was run out of Sonora by rebels. Mrs. Carter was telling me. Anyway, these young fellows were Americans. They stretched themselves across the walk and smiled at me. I had to go out in the road. One of them, the rudest, followed me. He was a big fellow, red-faced, with prominent eyes and a bold look. He came up beside me and spoke to me. I ran home, and as I ran I heard his companions jeering. Well, today, just now, when I was riding up the valley road I came upon the same fellows. They had instruments and were surveying. Remembering Dick and how he always wished for an instrument to help work out his plan for irrigation, I was certainly surprised to see these strangers surveying upon Laddie's plot of land. It was a sandy road there, and Jose happened to be walking. So I reined in and asked these engineers what they were doing. The leader, who was that same bold fellow who had followed me, seemed much pleased at being addressed. He was swaggering, too friendly. Not my idea of a gentleman at all. He said he was glad to tell me he was going to run water all over Altar Valley. Dad, you can bet that made me wild. That was Dick's plan, his discovery, and here were surveyors on Laddie's claim. Then I told him that he was working on private land and he'd better get off. He seemed to forget his flirty proclivities in amazement. Then he looked cunning. I read his mind. It was news to him that all the land along the valley had been taken up. He said something about not seeing any squatters on the land, and then he shut up tight on that score. But he began to be flirty again. He got hold of Jose's bridle, and before I could catch my breath he said I was a peach, and that he wanted to make a date with me, that his name was Chase, that he owned a gold mine in Mexico. He said a lot more I didn't gather, but when he called me dearie, I lost my temper. I jerked on the bridle and told him to let go. He held on and rolled his eyes at me. I dare say he imagined he was a gentleman to be infatuated with. He seemed sure of conquest. One thing certain, he didn't know the least bit about horses. It scared me the way he got in front of José. I thanked my stars I wasn't up on Blanco Diablo. Well, Dad, I'm a little ashamed now, but I was mad. I slashed him across the face with my quirt. José jumped and knocked Mr. Chase into the sand. I didn't get the horse under control till I was out of sight of those surveyors, and then I let him run home. Nell, I guess you punished the fellow enough. Maybe he's only a conceited softy. But I don't like that sort of thing. It isn't Western. I guess he won't be so smart next time. Any fellow would remember being hit by Blanco José. If you'd been up on Diablo, we'd have to bury Mr. Chase. Thank goodness I wasn't. I'm sorry now, Dad. Perhaps the fellow was hurt. But what could I do? Let's forget all about it, and I'll be careful where I ride in the future. Dad, what does it mean, this surveying around Forlorn River? I don't know, Nell, replied Belding thoughtfully. It worries me. It looks good for Forlorn River, but bad for Dick's plan to irrigate the valley. Lord, I'd hate to have someone forestall Dick on that. No, we won't let anybody have Dick's rights, declared Nell. Where have I been keeping myself not to know about these surveyors? Muttered Belding. They must have just come. Go see Mrs. Carter. She told me there were strangers in town, Americans, who had mining interests in Sonora, and were run out by Orozco. Find out what they're doing, Dad. Belding discovered that he was, indeed, the last man of consequence in Forlorn River to learn of the arrival of Ben Chase and Son, mine owners and operators in Sonora. They, with a force of miners, had been besieged by rebels and finally driven off their property. This property was not destroyed, but held for ransom. And the Chases, pending developments, had packed outfits and struck for the border. Casita had been their objective point, but for some reason, which Belding did not learn, they had arrived instead at Forlorn River. It had taken Ben Chase just 1 day to see the possibilities of Altar Valley, and in 3 days he had men at work. Belding returned home without going to see the Chases and their operations. He wanted to think over the situation. Next morning he went out to the valley to see for himself. Mexicans were hastily erecting adobe houses upon Ladd's 160 acres, upon Dick Gale's, upon Jim Lash's and Thorne's. There were men staking the valley floor and the riverbed. That was sufficient for Belding. He turned back toward town and headed for the camp of these intruders. In fact, the surroundings of Forlorn River, except on the riverside, reminded Belding of the mushroom growth of a newly discovered mining camp. Tents were everywhere. Adobe shacks were in all stages of construction. Rough clapboard houses were going up. The latest of this work was new and surprising to Belding, all because he was a busy man, with no chance to hear village gossip. When he was directed to the headquarters of the Chase Mining Company, he went thither in slow-growing wrath. He came to a big tent with a huge canvas fly stretched in front, under which sat several men in their shirt-sleeves. They were talking and smoking. "My name is Belding. I want to see this Mr. Chase," said Belding gruffly. Slow-witted as Belding was, and absorbed in his own feelings, he yet saw plainly that his advent was disturbing to these men. They looked alarmed, exchanged glances, and then quickly turned to him. One of them, a tall, rugged man with sharp face and shrewd eyes and white hair, got up and offered his hand. "I'm Chase Sr.," he said. "My son Radford Chase is here somewhere. You're Belding, the line inspector, I take it. I meant to call on you." He seemed a rough and ready, loud-spoken man, withal cordial enough. "Yes, I'm the inspector," replied Belding, ignoring the proffered hand, "and I'd like to know what the hell you mean by taking up land claims, state ground that belongs to my rangers." "Land claims," slowly echoed Chase, studying his man. "We're taking up only unclaimed land." "That's a lie. You couldn't miss the stakes." "Well, Mr. Belding, as to that, I think my men did run across some staked ground, but we recognize only squatters. If your rangers think they've got property just because they drove a few stakes in the ground, they're much mistaken. A squatter has to build a house and live on his land so long, according to law, before he owns it." This argument was unanswerable, and Belding knew it. "According to law!" exclaimed Belding. "Then you own up. You've jumped our claims." "Mr. Belding, I'm a plain businessman. I come along. I see a good opening. Nobody seems to have tenable grants. I stake out claims, locate squatters, start to build. It seems to me your rangers have overlooked certain precautions. That's unfortunate for them. I'm prepared to hold my claim and back all the squatters who work for me. If you don't like it, you can carry the matter to Tucson. The law will uphold me." "The law?" "Say, on this southwest border we haven't any law except a man's word and a gun." "Then you'll find United States law has come along with Ben Chase," replied the other, snapping his fingers. He was still smooth, outspoken, but his mask had fallen. "You're not a Westerner?" queried Belding. "No, I'm from Illinois." "I thought the West hadn't bred you. I know your kind. You'd last a long time on the Texas border now, wouldn't you? You're one of the land and water hogs that has come to root in the West. You're like the timber sharks, take it all and leave none for those who follow. Mr. Chase, the West would fare better and last longer if men like you were driven out." "You can't drive me out." "I'm not so sure of that. Wait till my rangers come back. I wouldn't be in your boots. Don't mistake me. I don't suppose you could be accused of stealing another man's ideas or plan, but sure you've stolen these 4 claims. Maybe the law might uphold you, but the spirit, not the letter, counts with us bordermen." "See here, Belding, I think you're taking the wrong view of the matter. I'm going to develop this valley. You'd do better to get in with me. I've a proposition to make you about that strip of land of yours facing the river." "You can't make any deals with me. I won't have anything to do with you." Belding abruptly left the camp and went home. Nell met him, probably intended to question him, but one look into his face confirmed her fears. She silently turned away. Belding realized he was powerless to stop Chase, and he was sick with disappointment for the ruin of Dick's hopes and his own. End of section 13. Section 14 of Desert Gold, A Romance of the Border, by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Lost Son. Time passed. The population of Forlorn River grew apace. Belding, who had once been the head of the community, found himself a person of little consequence. Even had he desired it, he would not have had any voice in the selection of postmaster, sheriff, and a few other officials. The Chases divided their labors between Forlorn River and their Mexican gold mine, which had been restored to them. The desert trips between these 2 places were taken in automobiles. A month's time made the motor cars almost as familiar a sight in Forlorn River as they had been in Casita before the Revolution. Belding was not so busy as he had been formerly. As he lost ambition, he began to find less work to do. His wrath at the usurping Chases increased as he slowly realized his powerlessness to cope with such men. They were promoters, men of big interests and wide influence in the Southwest. The more they did for Forlorn River, the less reason there seemed to be for his own grievance. He had to admit that it was personal, that he and Gale and the Rangers would never have been able to develop the resources of the valley as these men were doing it. All day long he heard the heavy booming blasts and the rumble of avalanches up in the gorge. Chase's men were dynamiting the cliffs in the narrow box canyon. They were making the dam just as Gale had planned to make it. When this work of blasting was over, Belding experienced a relief. He would not now be continually reminded of his and Gale's loss. Resignation finally came to him, but he could not reconcile himself to misfortune for Gale. Moreover, Belding had other worry and strain. April arrived with no news of the Rangers. From Casita came vague reports of raiders in the Sonita country, reports impossible to verify until his Mexican Rangers returned. When these men rode in, one of them, Gonzales, an intelligent and reliable half-breed, said that he had met prospectors at the oasis. They had just come in on the Camino del Diablo, reported a terrible trip of heat and drought, and not a trace of the Yaquis' party. "That settles it," declared Belding. "Yaqui never went to Sonoita. He circled round to the Devil's Road, and the Rangers, Mercedes, Thorne, the horses, I'm afraid they've been lost in the desert. It's an old story on Camino del Diablo." He had to tell Nell that, and it was an ordeal which left him weak. Mrs. Belding listened to him, and was silent for a long time while she held the stricken Nell to her breast. Then she opposed his convictions with that quiet strength so characteristic of her arguments. "Well, then," decided Belding, "Rojas headed the Rangers up Papago Well or the tanks." "Tom, when you are down in the mouth you use poor judgment," she went on. "You know only by a miracle could Rojas or anybody have headed those white horses. Where's your old stubborn confidence? Yaqui was up on Diablo, Dick was up on Sol, and there were the other horses. They could not have been headed or caught. Miracles don't happen." "All right, Mother, it's sure good to hear you," said Belding. She always cheered him, and now he grasped at straws. "I'm not myself these days. Don't mistake that. Tell us what you think. You always say you feel things when you really don't know them." "I can say little more than what you said yourself the night Mercedes was taken away. You told Laddie to trust Yaqui, that he was a godsend. He might go south into some wild Sonora valley. He might lead Rojas into a trap. He would find water and grass where no Mexican or American could." "But, Mother—" "They're gone 7 weeks. 7 weeks. At the most I gave them 6 weeks. 7 weeks in the desert. How do the Yaquis live?" she asked. Belding could not reply to that, but hope revived in him. He had faith in his wife, though he could not in the least understand what he imagined was something mystic in her. "Years ago, when I was searching for my father, I learned many things about this country," said Mrs. Belding. "You can never tell how long a man may live in the desert. The fiercest, most terrible and inaccessible places often have their hidden oasis. In his later years my father became a prospector. That was strange to me, for he never cared for gold or money. I learned that he was often gone in the desert for weeks, once for months. Then the time came when he never came back. That was years before I reached the southwest border and heard of him. Even then I did not for long give up hope of his coming back. I know now. Something tells me. Indeed, it seems his spirit tells me. He was lost. But I don't have that feeling for Yaqui and his party. Yaqui has given Rojas the slip or has ambushed him in some trap. Probably that took time and a long journey to Sonora. The Indian is too wise to start back now over dry trails. He'll curb the Rangers. He'll wait. I seem to know this, dear Nell, so be brave, patient. Dick Gale will come back to you." "Oh, Mother," cried Nell, "I can't give up hope while I have you." That talk with the strong mother worked a change in Nell and Belding. Nell, who had done little but brood and watch the west and take violent rides, seemed to settle into a waiting patience that was sad yet serene. She helped her mother more than ever. She was a comfort to Belding. She began to take active interest in the affairs of the growing village. Belding, who had been breaking under the strain of worry, recovered himself so that to outward appearance he was his old self. He alone knew, however, that his humour was forced, and that the slow-burning wrath he felt for the Chases was flaming into hate. Belding argued with himself that if Ben Chase and his son Radford had turned out to be big men in other ways than in the power to carry on great enterprises, he might have become reconciled to them. But the father was greedy, grasping, hard, cold. The son added to those traits an overbearing disposition to rule, and he showed a fondness for drink and cards. These men were developing the valley, to be sure, and a horde of poor Mexicans and many Americans were benefiting from that development. Nevertheless, these Chases were operating in a way which proved they cared only for themselves. Belding shook off a lethargic spell and decided he had better set about several by no means small tasks, if he wanted to get them finished before the hot months. He made a trip to the Sonoita oasis. He satisfied himself that matters along the line were favorable, and that there was absolutely no trace of his rangers. Upon completing this trip he went to Casita with a number of his white thoroughbreds and shipped them to ranchers and horse breeders in Texas. Then, being near the railroad, and having time, he went up to Tucson. There he learned some interesting particulars about the Chases. They had an office in the city, influential friends in the capital. They were powerful men in the rapidly growing finance of the West. They had interested the Southern Pacific Railroad, and in the near future a branch line was to be constructed from San Felipe to Forlorn River. These details of the Chase development were insignificant when compared to a matter striking close to home to Belding. His responsibility had been subtly attacked. A doubt had been cast upon his capability of executing the duties of immigration inspector to the best advantage of the state. Belding divined that this was only an entering wedge. The Chases were bent upon driving him out of Forlorn River, but perhaps to serve better their own ends, they were proceeding at leisure. Belding returned home consumed by rage, but he controlled it. For the first time in his life he was afraid of himself. He had his wife and Nell to think of, and the old law of the West had gone forever. "Dad, there's another Rojas round these diggings," was Nell's remark, after the greetings were over and the usual questions and answers passed. Belding's exclamation was cut short by Nell's laugh. She was serious with a kind of amused contempt. "Mr. Radford Chase." "Now, Nell, what the—" roared Belding. "Hush, Dad, don't swear," interrupted Nell. "I only meant to tease you." "Humph, humph. Say, my girl, that name Chase makes me see red. If you must tease me, hit me on some other way." "Sabe, señorita?" Si, Dad." "Nell, you may as well tell him and have it over," said Mrs. Belding quietly. "You promised me once, Dad, that you'd not go packing a gun off down there, didn't you?" "Yes, I remember," replied Belding, but he did not answer her smile. "Will you promise again?" she asked lightly. Here was Nell with arch eyes, yet not the old arch eyes, so full of fun and mischief. Her lips were tremulous, her cheeks seemed less round. "Yes," rejoined Belding, and he knew why his voice was a little thick. "Well, if you weren't such a good old blind, Dad, you'd have seen long ago the way Mr. Radford Chase ran round after me. At first it was only annoying, and I did not want to add to your worries. But these 2 weeks you've been gone I've been more than annoyed. After that time I struck Mr. Chase with my quirt. He made all possible efforts to meet me. He did meet me wherever I went. He sent me letters till I got tired of sending them back. When you left home on your trips, I don't know how he grew bolder, but he had more opportunity. I couldn't stay in the house all the time. There were Mama's errands and sick people and my Sunday school, and what not. Mr. Chase waylaid me every time I went out. If he works any more, I don't know when, unless it's when I'm asleep. He followed me until it was less embarrassing for me to let him walk with me and talk his head off. He made love to me. He begged me to marry him. I told him I was already in love and engaged to be married. He said that didn't make any difference. Then I called him a fool. Next time he saw me, he said he must explain. He meant that I was being true to a man who, everybody on the border knew, had been lost in the desert. That hurt. Maybe it's true. Sometimes it seems terribly true. Since then, of course, I have stayed in the house to avoid being hurt again. But, Dad, a little thing like a girl sticking close to her mother and room doesn't stop Mr. Chase. I think he's crazy. Anyway, he's a most persistent fool. I want to be charitable, because the man swears he loves me, and maybe he does, but he is making me nervous. I don't sleep. I'm afraid to be in my room at night. I've gone to Mother's room. He's always hanging around. Bold. Why, that isn't the thing to call Mr. Chase. He's absolutely without a sense of decency. He bribes our servants. He comes into our patio. Think of that. He makes the most ridiculous excuses. He bothers Mother to death. I feel like a poor little rabbit holed by a hound, and I daren't peep out. Somehow the thing struck Belding as funny, and he laughed. He had not had a laugh for so long that it made him feel good. He stopped only at sight of Nell's surprise and pain. Then he put his arms around her. "Never mind, dear. I'm an old bear. But it tickled me, I guess. I sure hope Mr. Radford Chase has got it bad. Nell, it's only the old story. The fellows fall in love with you. It's your good looks, Nell. What a price women like you and Mercedes have to pay for beauty. I'd a good deal rather be ugly as a mud fence." "So would I, Dad, if Dick would still love me." "He wouldn't. You can gamble on that, as Laddie says. Well, the first time I catch this locoed Romeo sneaking round here, I'll... Dad, you promised." "Confound it, Nell. I promised not to pack a gun. That's all. I'll only shoo this fellow off the place. Gently, mind you, gently. I'll leave the rest for Dick Gale." "Oh, Dad," cried Nell, and she clung to him, wistful, frightened, yet something more. "Don't mistake me, Nell. You have your own way, generally. You pull the wool over Mother's eyes, and you wind me round your little finger. But you can't do either with Dick Gale. You're tender-hearted. You overlook the doings of this hound Chase. But when Dick comes back, you just make up your mind to a little hell in the Chase camp. Oh, he'll find it out, and I sure want to be round when Dick hands Mr. Radford the same as he handed Rojas." Belding kept a sharp lookout for young Chase, and then, a few days later, learned that both son and father had gone off on one of their frequent trips to Casa Grandes, near where their mines were situated. April grew apace, and soon gave way to May. One morning Belding was called from some garden work by the whirring of an automobile and an hola. He went forward to the front yard, and there saw a car he thought resembled one he had seen in Casita. It contained a familiar-looking driver, but the three figures in grey coats and veils were strange to him. By the time he had gotten to the road, he decided two were women and the other a man. At the moment their faces were emerging from the dusty veils. Belding saw an elderly, sallow-faced, rather frail-appearing man who was an entire stranger to him, a handsome, dark-eyed woman whose hair showed white through her veil, and a superbly built girl, whose face made Belding at once think of Dick Gale. "Is this Mr. Tom Belding, Inspector of Immigration?" inquired the gentleman courteously. "I'm Belding, and I know who you are," replied Belding in hearty amaze, as he stretched forth his big hand. "You're Dick Gale's dad, the governor, Dick used to say. I'm sure glad to meet you." "Thank you, yes, I'm Dick's governor, and here, Mr. Belding, Dick's mother and his sister Elsie." Beaming with pleasure, Belding shook hands with the ladies, who showed their agitation clearly. "Mr. Belding, I've come west to look up my lost son," said Mr. Gale. "His sister's letters were unanswered. We haven't heard from him in months. Is he still here with you?" "Well, now, sure I'm awful sorry," began Belding, his slow mind at work. "Dick's away just now. Been away for a considerable spell. I'm expecting him back any day. Won't you come in? You're all dusty and hot and tired. Come in, and let Mother and Nell make you comfortable. Of course you'll stay. We've a big house. You must stay till Dick comes back. Maybe that'll be... I guess it won't be long. Let me handle the baggage, Mr. Gale. Come in. I'm sure glad to meet you all." Eager, excited, delighted, Belding went on talking as he ushered the Gales into the sitting-room, presenting them in his hearty way to the astounded Mrs. Belding and Nell. For the space of a few moments his wife and daughter were bewildered. Belding did not recollect any other occasion when a few callers had thrown them off their balance. But of course this was different. He was a little flustered himself, a circumstance that dawned upon him with surprise. When the Gales had been shown to rooms, Mrs. Belding gained the poise momentarily lost, but Nell came rushing back, wilder than a deer, in a state of excitement strange even for her. "Oh, Dick's mother, his sister," whispered Nell. Belding observed the emission of the father in Nell's exclamation of mingled delight and alarm. "His mother," went on Nell. "Oh, I knew it. I always guessed it. Dick's people are proud, rich. They're somebody. I thought I'd faint when she looked at me. She was just curious, but so cold and proud. She was wondering about me. I'm wearing his ring. It was his mother's, he said. I can't take it off. And I'm scared. But the sister, oh, she's lovely and sweet, proud too. I felt warm all over when she looked at me. I wanted to kiss her. She looks like Dick when he first came to us. But he's changed. They'll hardly recognize him. To think they've come. And I had to be looking a fright, when of all times on earth I'd want to look my best." Nell, out of breath, ran away evidently to make herself presentable, according to her idea of the exigency of the case. Belding caught a glimpse of his wife's face as she went out, and it wore a sad, strange, anxious expression. Then Belding sat alone, pondering the contracting emotions of his wife and daughter. It was beyond his understanding. Women were creatures of feeling. Belding saw reason to be delighted to entertain Dick's family, and for the time being no disturbing thought entered his mind. Presently the Gales came back into the sitting-room, looking very different without the long grey cloaks and veils. Belding saw distinction and elegance. Mr. Gale seemed a grave, troubled, kindly person, ill in body and mind. Belding received the same impression of power that Ben Chase had given him, only here it was minus any harshness or hard quality. He gathered that Mr. Gale was a man of authority. Mrs. Gale rather frightened Belding, but he could not have told why. The girl was just like Dick as he used to be. Their manner of speaking also reminded Belding of Dick. They talked of the ride from Ash Fork down to the border, of the ugly and torn-up casita, of the heat and dust and cactus along the trail. Presently Nell came in, now cool and sweet in white, with a red rose at her breast. Belding had never been so proud of her. He saw that she meant to appear well in the eyes of Dick's people, and began to have a faint perception of what the ordeal was for her. Belding imagined the sooner the Gales were told that Dick was to marry Nell, the better for all concerned, and especially for Nell. In the general conversation that ensued, he sought for an opening in which to tell this important news, but he was kept so busy answering questions about his position on the border, the kind of place Forlorn River was, the reason for so many tents, etc., that he was unable to find opportunity. "It's very interesting, said Mr. Gale. "At another time I want to learn all you tell me about the West. It's new to me. I'm surprised, amazed, sir, I may say. But, Mr. Belding, what I want to know most is about my son. I'm broken in health. I've worried myself ill over him. I don't mind telling you, sir, that we quarreled. I laughed at his threats. He went away, and I've come to see that I didn't know Richard. I was wrong to upbraid him. For a year we've known nothing of his doings, and now for almost 6 months we've not heard from him at all. Frankly, Mr. Belding, I weakened first, and I've come to hunt him up. My fear is that I didn't start soon enough. The boy will have a great position some day, God knows, perhaps soon. I should not have allowed him to run all over this wild country for so long. But I hoped, though I hardly believed, that he might find himself. Now I'm afraid he's—" Mr. Gale paused, and the white hand he raised expressively shook a little. Belding was not so thick-witted where men were concerned. He saw how the matter lay between Dick Gale and his father. "Well, Mr. Gale, sure most young bucks from the East go to the bad out here," he said bluntly. "I've been told that," replied Mr. Gale, and a shade overspread his worn face. "They blow their money, then go punching cows, take to whiskey." "Yes," rejoined Mr. Gale, feebly nodding. "Then they get to gambling, lose their jobs," went on Belding. Mr. Gale lifted haggard eyes. "Then it's bumming around, regular tramps, and to the bad generally." Belding spread wide his big arms, and when one of them dropped round Nell, who sat beside him, she squeezed his hand tight. "Sure, it's the regular thing," he concluded cheerfully. He rather felt a little glee at Mr. Gale's distress, and Mrs. Gale's crushed I-told-you-so woe in no wise bothered him. But the look in the big, dark eyes of Dick's sister was too much for Belding. He choked off his characteristic oath when excited and blurted out, "Say, but Dick Gale never went to the bad. Listen." Belding had scarcely started Dick Gale's story when he perceived that never in his life had he such an absorbed and breathless audience. Presently they were awed, and at the conclusion of that story they sat white-faced, still, amazed beyond speech. Dick Gale's advent in Casita, his rescue of Mercedes, his life as a border ranger certainly lost no picturesque or daring or even noble detail in Belding's telling. He kept back nothing but the present doubt of Dick's safety. Dick's sister was the first of the three to recover herself. "Oh, father," she cried, and there was a glorious light in her eyes. "Deep down in my heart I knew Dick was a man." Mr. Gale rose unsteadily from his chair. His frailty was now painfully manifest. "Mr. Belding, do you mean my son, Richard Gale, has done all that you told us?" he asked incredulously. "I sure do," replied Belding with hearty good will. "Martha, do you hear?" Mr. Gale turned to question his wife. She could not answer. Her face had not yet regained its natural color. "He faced that bandit and his gang alone. He fought them?" demanded Mr. Gale, his voice stronger. "Dick mopped up the floor with the whole outfit. He rescued a Spanish girl, went into the desert without food, weapons, anything but his hands? Richard Gale, whose hands were always useless?" Belding nodded with a grin. "He's a ranger now, riding, fighting, sleeping on the sand, preparing his own food?" "Well, I should smile," rejoined Belding. "He cares for his horse with his own hands?" This query seemed to be the climax of Mr. Gale's strange hunger for truth. He had raised his head a little higher, and his eye was brighter. Mention of a horse fired Belding's blood. "Does Dick Gale care for his horse?" "Say, there are not many men as well loved as that white horse of Dick's. Blanco Sol he is, Mr. Gale. That's Mex for white sun. Wait till you see Blanco Sol. Bar one, the whitest, biggest, strongest, fastest, grandest horse in the Southwest. So he loves a horse. I shall not know my own son. Mr. Belding, you say Richard works for you? May I ask at what salary?" "He gets $40, board and outfit," replied Belding proudly. "$40?" echoed the father. "By the day or week?" "The month, of course," said Belding, somewhat taken aback. $40 a month for a young man who spent $500 in the same time when he was at college, and who ran it into thousands when he got out. Mr. Gale laughed for the first time, and it was the laugh of a man who wanted to believe what he heard yet scarcely dared to do it. "What does he do with so much money? Money earned by peril, toil, sweat and blood. $40 a month." "He saves it," replied Belding. Evidently this was too much for Dick Gale's father, and he gazed at his wife in sheer speechless astonishment. Dick's sister clapped her hands like a little child. Belding saw that the moment was propitious. "Sure, he saves it. Dick's engaged to marry Nell here, my stepdaughter, Nell Burton." Oh, Dad," faltered Nell, and she rose, white as her dress. How strange it was to see Dick's mother and sister rise, also, and to turn to Nell with dark, proud, searching eyes. Belding vaguely realized some blunder he had made. Nell's white, appealing face gave him a pang. What had he done? Surely this family of Dicks ought to know his relation to Nell. There was a silence that positively made Belding nervous. Then Elsie Gale stepped close to Nell. "Miss Burton, are you really Richard's betrothed?" Nell's tremulous lips framed an affirmative, but never uttered it. She held out her hand, showing the ring Dick had given her. Miss Gale's recognition was instant, and her response was warm, sweet, gracious. "I think I'm going to be very, very glad," she said, and kissed Nell. "Miss Burton, we are learning wonderful things about Richard," added Mr. Gale, in an earnest though shaken voice. "If you have had to do with making a man of him, and now I begin to see, to believe so, may God bless you, my dear girl. I have not really looked at you. Richard's fiancé. Mother, we have not found him yet, but I think we have found his secret. We believed him a lost son, but here's his sweetheart." It was only then that the pride and hauteur of Mrs. Gale's face broke into an expression of mingled pain and joy. She opened her arms. Nell, uttering a strange little stifled cry, flew into them. Belding suddenly discovered an unaccountable blur in his sight. He could not see perfectly, and that was why, when Mrs. Belding entered the sitting-room, he was not certain that her face was as sad and white as it seemed. End of section 14. Section 15 of Desert Gold, A Romance of the Border, by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bound in the Desert. Far away from Forlorn River, Dick Gale sat stunned, gazing down into the purple depths where Rojas had plunged to his death. The Yaqui stood motionless upon the steep red wall of lava from which he had cut the bandit's hold. Mercedes lay quietly where she had fallen. From across the depths there came to Gale's ear the Indian's strange, wild cry. Then silence, hollow, breathless, stony silence enveloped the great abyss and its upheaved lava walls. The sun was setting. Every instant the haze reddened and thickened. Action on the part of the Yaqui loosened the spell which held Gale as motionless as his surroundings. The Indian was edging back toward the ledge. He did not move with his former lithe, sure freedom. He crawled, slipped, dragged himself, rested often, and went on again. He had been wounded. When at last he reached the ledge where Mercedes lay, Gale jumped to his feet, strong and thrilling, spurred to meet the responsibility that now rested upon him. Swiftly he turned to where Thorn lay. The cavalryman was just returning to consciousness. Gale ran for a canteen, bathed his face, made him drink. The look in Thorn's eyes was hard to bear. "Thorn, Thorn, it's all right, it's all right," cried Gale in piercing tones. "Mercedes is safe. Yaqui saved her. Rojas is done for. Yaqui jumped down the wall and drove the bandit off the ledge. Cut him loose from the wall, foot by foot, hand by hand. We've won the fight, Thorn." For Thorn these were marvelous, strength-giving words. The dark horror left his eyes, and they began to dilate, to shine. He stood up, dizzily but unaided, and he gazed across the crater. Yaqui had reached the side of Mercedes, was bending over her. She stirred. Yaqui lifted her to her feet. She appeared weak, unable to stand alone. But she faced across the crater and waved her hand. She was unharmed. Thorn lifted both arms above head, and from his lips issued a cry. It was neither a call, nor hola, nor welcome, nor answer. Like the Yaquis, it could scarcely be named, but it was deep, husky, prolonged, terribly human in its intensity. It made Gale shudder and made his heart beat like a trip hammer. Mercedes again waved a white hand. The Yaqui waved too, and Gale saw in the action an urgent signal. Hastily taking up canteen and rifles, Gale put a supporting arm around Thorn. "Come, old man, can you walk?" "Sure, you can walk. Lean on me, and we'll soon get out of this. Don't look across. Look where you step. We've not much time before dark. Oh, Thorn, I'm afraid Jim has cashed in. And the last I saw of Laddie, he was badly hurt." Gale was keyed up to a high pitch of excitement and alertness. He seemed to be able to do many things. But once off the ragged notched lava into the trail, he had not such difficulty with Thorn, and could keep his keen gaze shifting everywhere for sight of enemies. "Listen, Thorn, what's that?" asked Gale, halting as they came to a place where the trail led down through the rough breaks in the lava. The silence was broken by a strange sound, almost unbelievable considering the time and place. A voice was droning. "Turn the lady, turn the lady, turn. All men left, all swing, turn the lady, turn." "Hello, Jim," called Gale, dragging Thorn round the corner of lava. "Where are you? Oh, you son of a gun! I thought you were dead. Oh, I'm glad to see you. Jim, are you hurt?" Jim Lash stood in the trail leaning over the butt of his rifle, which evidently he was utilizing as a crutch. He was pale but smiling. His hands were bloody. A scarf had been bound tightly round his left leg just above the knee. The leg hung limp, and the foot dragged. "I reckon I ain't injured much," replied Jim, "but my leg hurts like hell, if you want to know." "Laddie, oh, where's Laddie?" "He's just across the crack there. I was trying to get to him. We had it hot and heavy down here. Laddie was pretty bad shot up before he tried to head Rojas off the trail. Dick, did you see the Yaqui go after Rojas?" "Did I?" exclaimed Gale, grimly. "The finish was all that saved me from running loco plumb over the rim. You see, I was closer'n you to where Mercedes was hid. When Rojas and his last greaser started across, Laddie went after them, but I couldn't. Laddie did for Rojas's man, then went down himself. But he got up and fell, got up, went on, and fell again. Laddie kept doing that till he dropped for good. I reckon our chances are against finding him alive. I tell you, boys, Rojas was hell-bent. And Mercedes was game. I saw her shoot him. But maybe bullets couldn't stop him then. If I didn't sweat blood when Mercedes was fighting him on the cliff. Then the finish. Only a Yaqui could have done that. Thorne, you didn't miss it?" "Yes, I was down and out," replied the cavalryman. "It's a shame. Greatest stunt I ever seen. Thorne, you're standing up pretty fair. How about you? Dick, is he bad hurt?" "No, he's not. A hard knock on the skull and a scalp wound," replied Dick. "Here, Jim, let me help you over this place." Step by step, Gale got the two injured men down the uneven declivity and then across the narrow lava bridge over the fissure. Here he bade them rest while he went along the trail on that side to search for Laddie. Gale found the ranger stretched out, face downward, reddened hand clutching a gun. Gale thought he was dead. Upon examination, however, it was found that Ladd still lived, though he had many wounds. Gale lifted him and carried him back to the others. "He's alive, but that's all," said Dick, as he laid the ranger down. "Do what you can. Stop the blood. Laddie's tough as cactus, you know. I'll hurry back for Mercedes and Yaqui." Gale, like a fleet, sure-footed mountain sheep, ran along the trail. When he came across the Mexican, Rojas's last ally, Gale had evidence of the terrible execution of the 405. He did not pause. On the first part of that descent he made faster time than had Rojas, but he exercised care along the hard, slippery, ragged slope leading to the edge. Presently he came upon Mercedes and the Yaqui. She ran right into Dick's arms, and there her strength, if not her courage, broke, and she grew lax. "Mercedes, you're safe. Thorne's safe. It's all right now." "Rojas," she whispered. "Gone, to the bottom of the crater. A Yaqui's vengeance, Mercedes." He heard the girl whisper the name of the Virgin. Then he gathered her up in his arms. "Come, Yaqui." The Indian grunted. He had one hand pressed close over a bloody place in his shoulder. Gale looked keenly at him. Yaqui was inscrutable, as of old, yet Gale somehow knew that wound meant little to him. The Indian followed him. Without pausing, moving slowly in some places, very carefully in others, and swiftly on the smooth part of the trail, Gale carried Mercedes up to the rim and along to the others. Jim Lash worked awkwardly over Ladd. Thorne was trying to assist. Ladd himself was conscious, but he was a pallid, apparently death-stricken man. The greeting between Mercedes and Thorne was calm, strangely so, it seemed to Gale. But he was calm himself. Ladd smiled at him, and evidently would have spoken had he the power. Yaqui then joined the group, and his piercing eyes roved from one to the other, lingering longest over Ladd. "Dick, I'm figuring hard," said Jim faintly. "In a minute it'll be up to you and Mercedes. I've about shot my bolt. Reckon you'll do, best by bringing up blankets, water, salt, firewood. Laddie's got one chance in 100. Fix him up first. Use hot salt water. If my leg's broke, set it best you can. That hole in Yaqui, only bother him a day. Thorne's bad hurt. Now rustle, Dick, old boy." Lash's voice died away in a husky whisper, and he quietly lay back, stretching out all but the crippled leg. Gale examined it, assured himself the bones had not been broken, then rose ready to go down the trail. "Mercedes, hold Thorn's head up in your lap. So. Now I'll go." On the moment Yaki appeared to have completed the binding of his wounded shoulder, and he started to follow Gale. He paid no attention to Gale's order for him to stay back. But he was slow, and gradually Gale forged ahead. The lingering brightness of the sunset lightened the trail, and the descent to the arroyo was swift and easy. Some of the white horses had come in for water. Blanco Sol spied Gale and whistled and came pounding toward him. It was twilight down in the arroyo. Yaki appeared and began collecting a bundle of mesquite sticks. Gale hastily put together the things he needed, and packing them all in a tarpaulin, he turned to retrace his steps up the trail. Darkness was setting in. The trail was narrow, exceedingly steep, and in some places fronted on precipices. Gale's burden was not very heavy, but its bulk made it unwieldy, and it was always overbalancing him or knocking against the wall side of the trail. Gale found it necessary to wait for Yaki to take the lead. The Indian's eyes must have seen as well at night as by day. Gale toiled upward, shouldering, swinging, dragging the big pack, and, though the ascent of the slope was not really long, it seemed endless. At last they reached a level, and were soon on the spot with Mercedes and the injured men. Gale then set to work. Yaki's part was to keep the fire blazing and the water hot. Mercedes's to help Gale in what way she could. Gale found Lad had many wounds, yet not one of them was directly in a vital place. Evidently, the ranger had almost bled to death. He remained unconscious through Gale's operations. According to Jim Lash, Lad had 1 chance in 100, but Gale considered it 1 in 1,000. Having done all that was possible for the ranger, Gale slipped blankets under and around him, and then turned his attention to Lash. Jim came out of his stupor. A mushrooming bullet had torn a great hole in his leg. Gale, upon examination, could not be sure the bones had been missed, but there was no bad break. The application of hot salt water made Jim groan. When he had been bandaged and laid beside Lad, Gale went on to the cavalryman. Thorn was very weak and scarcely conscious. A furrow had been plowed through his scalp down to the bone. When it had been dressed, Mercedes collapsed. Gale laid her with the 3 in a row and covered them with blankets in the tarpaulin. Then Yaki submitted to examination. A bullet had gone through the Indian's shoulder. To Gale it appeared serious. Yaki said it was a flea bite, but he allowed Gale to bandage it, and obeyed when he was told to lie quiet in his blanket beside the fire. Gale stood guard. He seemed still calm, and wondered at what he considered a strange absence of poignant feeling. If he had felt weariness, it was gone now. He coaxed the fire with as little wood as would keep it burning. He sat beside it. He walked to and fro close by. Sometimes he stood over the 5 sleepers, wondering if 2 of them at least would ever awaken. Time passed swiftly, but as the necessity for immediate action had gone by, the hours gradually assumed something of their normal length. The night wore on. The air grew colder, the stars brighter, the sky bluer, and, if such could be possible, the silence more intense. The fire burned out, and for lack of wood could not be rekindled. Gale patrolled his short beat, becoming colder and damper as dawn approached. The darkness grew so dense that he could not see the pale faces of the sleepers. He dreaded the gray dawn and the light. Slowly the heavy black belt close to the lava changed to a pale gloom, then to gray, and after that morning came quickly. The hour had come for Dick Gale to face his great problem. It was natural that he hung back a little at first, natural that when he went forward to look at the quiet sleepers he did so with a grim and stern force urging him. Yaki stirred, roused, yawned, got up, and though he did not smile at Gale, a light shone swiftly across his dark face. His shoulder drooped and appeared stiff, otherwise he was himself. Mercedes lay in deep slumber. Thorn had a high fever and was beginning to show signs of restlessness. Lad seemed just barely alive. Jim Lash slept as if he was not much the worse for his wound. Gale rose from his examination with a sharp breaking of his cold mood. While there was life in Thorn and Lad, there was hope for them. Then he faced his problem, and his decision was instant. He awoke Mercedes. How wondering, wistful, beautiful was that first opening flash of her eyes. Then the dark, troubled thought came. Swiftly she sat up. "Mercedes, come. Are you all right? Laddie is alive. Thorn's not so bad. But we've got a job on our hands. You must help me." She bent over Thorn and laid her hands on his hot face. Then she rose, a woman such as he had imagined she might be in an hour of trial. Gale took up Laddie as carefully and gently as possible. "Mercedes, bring what you can carry and follow me," he said. Then, motioning for Yaki to remain there, he turned down the slope with Lad in his arms. Neither pausing nor making a misstep, nor conscious of great effort, Gale carried the wounded man down into the arroyo. Mercedes kept at his heels, light, supple, lithe as a panther. He left her with Lad and went back. When he had started off with Thorn in his arms, he felt the tax on his strength. Surely and swiftly, however, he bore the cavalryman down the trail to lay him beside Lad. Again he started back, and when he began to mount the steep lava steps, he was hot, wet, breathing hard. As he reached the scene of that night's camp, a voice greeted him. Jim Lash was sitting up. "Hello, Dick. I woke some late this morning." "Where's Laddie?" "Dick, you ain't going to say—" "Laddie's alive. That's about all," replied Dick. "Where's Thorn and Mercedes?" "Look here, man, I reckon you ain't packing this crippled outfit down that awful trail." "Had to, Jim. An hour's sun would kill both Laddie and Thorn. Come on now." For once, Jim Lash's cool good nature and careless indifference gave precedence to amaze and concern. "Always knew you was a husky chap. But, Dick, you're no hoss. Give me a crutch and give me a lift on one side." "Come on," replied Gale. "I've no time to monkey." He lifted the Ranger, called to Yaki to follow with some of the camp outfit, and once more essayed the steep descent. Jim Lash was the heaviest man of the three, and Gale's strength was put to enormous strain to carry him on that broken trail. Nevertheless, Gale went down, walking swiftly and surely over the bad places, and at last he staggered into the arroyo with bursting heart and red blinded eyes. When he had recovered, he made a final trip up the slope for the camp effects which Yaki had been unable to carry. Then he drew Jim and Mercedes and Yaki, also, into an earnest discussion of ways and means whereby to fight for the life of Thorn. Lad's case Gale now considered hopeless, though he meant to fight for him too, as long as he breathed. In the labor of watching and nursing, it seemed to Gale that 2 days and 2 nights slipped by like a few hours. During that time the Indian recovered from his injury, and became capable of performing all except heavy tasks. Then Gale succumbed to weariness. After his much-needed rest, he relieved Mercedes of the care and watch over Thorn, which, up to that time, she had absolutely refused to relinquish. The cavalryman had high fever, and Gale feared he had developed blood poisoning. He required constant attention. His condition slowly grew worse, and there came a day which Gale thought surely was the end. But that day passed, and the night, and the next day, and Thorn lived on, ghastly, stricken, raving. Mercedes hung over him with jealous, passionate care, and did all that could have been humanly done for a man. She grew wan, absorbed, silent. But suddenly, and to Gale's amaze and thanksgiving, there came an abatement of Thorn's fever. With it some of the heat and redness of the inflamed wound disappeared. Next morning he was conscious, and Gale grasped some of the hope that Mercedes had never abandoned. He forced her to rest while he attended to Thorn. That day he saw that the crisis was past. Recovery for Thorn was now possible, and would perhaps depend entirely upon the care he received. Jim Lash's wound healed without any aggravating symptoms. It would be only a matter of time until he had the use of his leg again. All these days, however, there was little apparent change in Lad's condition, unless it was that he seemed to fade away as he lingered. At first his wounds remained open. They bled a little all the time outwardly, perhaps internally also. The blood did not seem to clot, and so the bullet holes did not close. Then Yankee asked for the care of Lad. Gale yielded it with opposing thoughts, that Lad would waste slowly away till life ceased, and that there never was any telling what might lie in the power of this strange Indian. Yankee absented himself from camp for a while, and when he returned he carried the roots and leaves of desert plants unknown to Gale. From these the Indian brewed an ointment. Then he stripped the bandages from Lad and applied the mixture to his wounds. That done, he let him lie with the wounds exposed to the air, at night covering him. Next day he again exposed the wounds to the warm, dry air. Slowly they closed, and Lad ceased to bleed externally. Days passed and grew into what Gale imagined must have been weeks. Yankee recovered fully. Jim Lash began to move about on a crutch. He shared the Indian's watch over Lad. Thorn lay haggard, emaciated ghost of his rugged self, but with life in the eyes that turned always toward Mercedes. Lad lingered and lingered. The life seemingly would not leave his bullet-pierced body. He faded, withered, shrunk till he was almost a skeleton. He knew those who worked and watched over him, but he had no power of speech. His eyes and eyelids moved. The rest of him seemed stone. All those days nothing except water was given him. It was marvelous how tenaciously, however feebly, he clung to life. Gale imagined it was the Yankee spirit that held back death. That tireless, implacable, inscrutable savage was ever at the ranger's side. His great somber eyes burned. At length he went to Gale, and, with that strange light flitting across the hard bronzed face, he said Lad would live. The second day after Lad had been given such thin nourishment as he could swallow, he recovered the use of his tongue. "Sure, this is hell," he whispered. That was a characteristic speech for the ranger, Gale thought, and indeed it made all who heard it smile while their eyes were wet. From that time forward Lad gained, but he gained so immeasurably slowly that only the eyes of hope could have seen any improvement. Jim Lash threw away his crutch, and Thorn was well, if still somewhat weak, before Lad could lift his arm or turn his head. A kind of long, immovable gloom passed, like a shadow, from his face. His whispers grew stronger, and the day arrived when Gale, who was perhaps the least optimistic, threw doubt to the winds and knew the ranger would get well. For Gale that joyous moment of realization was one in which he seemed to return to a former self long absent. He experienced an elevation of soul. He was suddenly overwhelmed with gratefulness, humility, awe. A gloomy black terror had passed by. He wanted to thank the faithful Mercedes and Thorn for getting well, and the cheerful Lash, and Lad himself, and that strange and wonderful Yankee, now such a splendid figure. He thought of home and Nell. The terrible encompassing red slopes lost something of their fearsomeness, and there was a good spirit hovering near. "Boys, come around," called Lad in his low voice. "And you, Mercedes, and call the Yankee." Lad lay in the shade of the brush shelter that had been erected. His head was raised slightly on a pillow. There seemed little of him but long lean lines, and if it had not been for his keen, thoughtful, kindly eyes, his face would have resembled a death mask of a man starved. "Sure, I want to know what day it is and what month?" asked Lad. Nobody could answer him. The question seemed a surprise to Gale, and evidently was so to the others. "Look at that cactus," went on Lad. Near the wall of lava a stunted saguaro lifted its head. A few shriveled blossoms that had once been white hung along the fluted column. "I reckon, according to that giant cactus, it's somewhere along the end of March," said Jim Lash soberly. "Sure, it's April. Look where the sun is, and can't you feel it getting hot?" "Supposin' it is April?" queried Lash slowly. "Well, what I'm driving at is it's about time you all was hitting the trail back to Forlorn River, before the water holes dry out. Laddie, I reckon we'll start as soon as you're able to be put on a hoss." "Sure, that'll be too late." A silence ensued, in which those who heard Lad gazed fixedly at him, and then at one another. Lash uneasily shifted the position of his lame leg, and Gale saw him moisten his lips with his tongue. "Charlie, lad, I ain't reckoning you mean we're to ride off and leave you here? What else is there to do? The hot weather's close. Pretty soon most of the water holes will be dry. You can't travel then. I'm on my back here, and God only knows when I could be packed out. Not for weeks, maybe. I'll never be any good again, even if I was to get out alive. You see, sure, this sort of case comes round sometimes in the desert. It's common enough. I've heard of several cases where men had to go and leave a feller behind. It's reasonable. If you're fighting the desert, you can't afford to be sentimental. Now, as I said, I'm all in. So what's the sense of you waiting here, when it means the old desert story? By going now, maybe you'll get home. If you wait on a chance of taking me, you'll be too late. Pretty soon this lava'll be one roastin' hell. Sure now, boys, you'll see this the right way. Jim, old pard?" "No, laddie, and I can't figure how you could ever ask me." "Sure, then leave me here with Yankee and a couple of the hosses. We can eat sheep meat, and if the water holds out—" "No," interrupted Lash violently. Laddie's eyes sought Gale's face. "You ain't bull-headed like Jim. You'll see the sense of it. There's Nell a-waitin' back at Forlorn River. Think what it means to her. She's a damn fine girl, Dick, and what right have you to break her heart for an old, worn-out cowpuncher? Think how she's watchin' for you with that sweet face all sad and troubled, and her eyes turnin' black. You'll go, son, won't you?" Dick shook his head. The ranger turned his gaze upon Thorne, and now the keen, glistening light of his gray eyes had blurred. "Thorne, it's different with you. Jim's a fool, and young Gale's been punctured by choya-thorns. He's got the desert poison in his blood. But you now, you have no call to stick. You can find that trail out. It's easy to follow, made by so many shod hosses. Take your wife and go. Sure, you'll go, Thorne." Deliberately and without an instant's hesitation, the cavalryman replied, "No." Lad then directed his appeal to Mercedes. His face was now convulsed, and his voice, though it had sunk to a whisper, was clear, and beautiful with some rich quality that Gale had never heard in it. "Mercedes, you're a woman. You're the woman we fought for, and some of us are sure going to die for you. Don't make it all for nothing. Let us feel we saved the woman. Sure, you can make Thorne go. He'll have to go if you say. They all have to go. Think of the years of love and happiness in store for you. A week or so, and it'll be too late. Can you stand for me seeing you? Let me tell you, Mercedes, when the summer heat hits the lava wall, we'll all wither up and curl up like shavings near a fire. A wind of hell will blow up this slope. Look at them mesquites. See the twist in them. That's the torture of heat and thirst. Do you want me or all of us men seeing you like that? Mercedes, don't make it all for nothing. Say you'll persuade Thorne, if not the others. For all the effect his appeal had to move her, Mercedes might have possessed a heart as hard and fixed as the surrounding lava. Never. White-faced, with great black eyes flashing, the Spanish girl spoke the word that had bound her and her companions in the desert. The subject was never mentioned again. Gale thought that he read a sinister purpose in Lad's mind. To his astonishment, Lash came to him with the same fancy. After that, they made certain there never was a gun within reach of Lad's clutching, claw-like hands. Gradually a somber spell lifted from the ranger's mind. When he was entirely free of it, he began to gather strength daily. Then it was as if he had never known patience, he who had shown so well how to wait. He was in a frenzy to get well. His appetite could not be satisfied. The sun climbed higher, whiter, hotter. At midday a wind from Gulfward roared up the arroyo, and now only Palos Verdes and the Fusaguaros were green. Every day the water in the lava hole sank an inch. The Yaqui alone spent the waiting time in activity. He made trips upon the lava slope, and each time he returned with guns or boots or sombreros, or something belonging to the bandits that had fallen. He never fetched in a saddle or bridle, and from that the rangers concluded Rojas's horses had long before taken their back trail. What speculation, what consternation those saddled horses would cause if they returned to Forlorn River. As Lad improved, there was one story he had to hear every day. It was the one relating to what he had missed, the sight of Rojas pursued and plunged to his doom. The thing had a morbid fascination for the sick ranger. He reveled in it. He tortured Mercedes. His gentleness and consideration, heretofore so marked, were in abeyance to some sinister, ghastly joy. But to humor him, Mercedes racked her soul with the sensations she had suffered when Rojas hounded her out on the ledge, when she shot him, when she sprang to throw herself over the precipice, when she fought him, when, with half-blinded eyes, she looked up to see the merciless Yaqui reaching for the bandit. Lad fed his cruel longing with Thorne's poignant recollections, with the keen, clear, never-to-be-forgotten shocks to Gale's eye and ear. Jim Lash, for one at least, never tired of telling how he had seen and heard the tragedy, and every time in the telling it gathered some more tragic and gruesome detail. Jim believed in satiating the ranger. Then in the twilight, when the campfire burned, Lad would try to get the Yaqui to tell his side of the story. But this the Indian would never do. There was only the expression of his fathomless eyes and the set passion of his massive face. Those waiting days grew into weeks. Lad gained very slowly. Nevertheless, at last he could walk about, and soon he averred that, strapped to a horse, he could last out the trip to Forlorn River. There was rejoicing in camp, and plans were eagerly suggested. The Yaqui happened to be absent. When he returned, the rangers told him they were now ready to undertake the journey back across the lava and cactus. Yaqui shook his head. They declared again their intention. "No," replied the Indian, and his deep, sonorous voice rolled out upon the quiet of the arroyo. He spoke briefly then. They had waited too long. The smaller water holes back in the trail were dry. The hot summer was upon them. There could only be death waiting down in the burning valley. Here was water and grass and wood and shade from the sun's rays, and sheep to be killed on the peaks. The water would hold unless the season was that dreaded Ano Seco of the Mexicans. Wait for rain, concluded Yaqui, and now as never before he spoke as one with authority. If no rain, silently he lifted his hand. End of section 15. Section 16 of Desert Gold, A Romance of the Border, by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mountain Sheep. What Gale might have thought an appalling situation, if considered from a safe and comfortable home away from the desert, became, now that he was shut in by the red-ribbed lava walls and great dry wastes, a matter calmly accepted as inevitable. So he imagined it was accepted by the others. Not even Mercedes uttered a regret. No word was spoken of home. If there was thought of loved one, it was locked deep in their minds. In Mercedes there was no change in womanly quality, perhaps because all she had to love was there in the desert with her. Gale had often pondered over this singular change in character. He had trained himself, in order to fight a paralyzing something in the desert's influence, to oppose with memory and thought an insidious, primitive retrogression to what was scarcely consciousness at all, merely as savage as instinct of sight and sound. He felt the need now of redoubled effort, for there was a sheer happiness in drifting. Not only was it easy to forget, it was hard to remember. His idea was that a man laboring under a great wrong, a great crime, a great passion might find the lonely desert a fitting place for either remembrance or oblivion, according to the nature of his soul. But an ordinary, healthy, reasonably happy mortal who loved the open with its blaze of sun and sweep of wind would have a task to keep from going backward to the natural man he was before civilization. By tacit agreement, Lad again became the leader of the party. Lad was a man who would have taken all the responsibility, whether or not it was given him. In moments of hazard, of uncertainty, Lash and Gale, even Belding, unconsciously looked to the ranger. He had that kind of power. The first thing Lad asked was to have the store of food that remained spread out upon a tarpaulin. Assuredly it was a slender enough supply. The ranger stood for long moments gazing down at it. He was groping among past experiences, calling back from his years of life on range and desert that which might be valuable for the present issue. It was impossible to read the gravity of Lad's face, for he still looked like a dead man, but the slow shake of his head told Gale much. There was a grain of hope, however, in the significance with which he touched the bags of salt and said, "Sure, it was sense packing all that salt." Then he turned to face his comrades. "That's little grub for 6 starving people corralled in the desert, but the grub end ain't worrying me. Yaqui can get sheep up the slopes. Water. That's the beginning and middle and end of our case." "Laddie, I reckon the water hole here never goes dry," replied Jim. "Ask the Indian." Upon questioning, Yaqui repeated what he had said about the dreaded Ano Seco of the Mexicans. In a dry year this water hole failed. "Dick, take a rope and see how much water's in the hole." Gale could not find the bottom with a 30-foot lasso. The water was cool, clear, sweet as if it had been kept in a shaded iron receptacle. Lad welcomed this information with surprise and gladness. "Let's see. Last year was sure pretty dry. Maybe this summer won't be. Maybe our wonderful good luck'll hold. Ask Yaqui if he thinks it'll rain." Mercedes questioned the Indian. "He says no man can tell surely, but he thinks the rain will come," she replied. "Sure it'll rain. You can gamble on that now," continued Lad. "If there's only grass for the hosses. We can't get out of here without hosses. Dick, Take the Indian and scout down the arroyo. Today I seen the hosses were getting fat. Getting fat in this desert. But maybe they've about grazed up all the grass. Go and see, Dick, and may you come back with more good news." Gale, upon the few occasions when he had wandered down the arroyo, had never gone far. The Yaqui said there was grass for the horses, and until now no one had given the question more consideration. Gale found that the arroyo widened as it opened. Near the head, where it was narrow, the grass lined the course of the dry stream bed, but farther down this stream bed spread out. There was every indication that at flood seasons the water covered the floor of the arroyo. The farther Gale went, the thicker and larger grew the gnarled mesquites and palo verdes, the more cactus and greasewood there were, and other desert growths. Patches of gray grass grew everywhere. Gale began to wonder where the horses were. Finally the trees and brush thinned out, and a mile-wide gray plain stretched down to reddish sand dunes. Over to one side were the white horses, and even as Gale saw them both, Blanco Diablo and Sol lifted their heads and, with white manes tossing in the wind, whistled clarion calls. Here was grass enough for many horses. The arroyo was indeed an oasis. Lad and the others were awaiting Gale's report, and they received it with calmness, yet with a joy no less evident because it was restrained. Gale, in his keen observation at the moment, found that he and his comrades turned with glad eyes to the woman of the party. "Signor Laddie, you think, you believe, we shall?" she faltered, and her voice failed. It was the woman in her, weakening in the light of real hope, of the happiness now possible beyond that desert barrier. "Mercedes, no white man can tell what'll come to pass out here," said Lad earnestly. "Sure, I have hopes now I never dreamed of. I was pretty near a dead man. The Indian saved me. Queer notions have come into my head about Yaqui. I don't understand them. He seems, when you look at him, only a squalid, sullen, vengeful savage. But Lord, that's far from the truth. Maybe Yaqui's different from most Indians. He looks the same, though. Maybe trouble is we white folks never knew the Indian. Anyway, Belden had it right. Yaquis are godsend. Now, as to the future, I'd like to know maybe as well as you if we're ever to get home. Only being what I am, I say, quien sabe? But something tells me Yaqui knows. Ask him, Mercedes. Make him tell. We'll all be the better for knowin'. We'd be stronger for having more'n our faith in him. He's a silent Indian, but make him tell." Mercedes called Yaqui. At her bidding there was always a suggestion of hurry, which otherwise was never manifest in his actions. She put a hand on his bared muscular arm and began to speak in Spanish. Her voice was low, swift, full of emotion, sweet as the sound of a bell. It thrilled Gale, though he understood scarcely a word she said. He did not need translation to know that here spoke the longing of a woman for life, love, home, the heritage of a woman's heart. Gale doubted his own divining impression. It was that the Yaqui understood this woman's longing. In Gale's sight the Indian stoicism, his inscrutability, the lava-like hardness of his face, although they did not change, seemed to give forth light, gentleness, loyalty. For an instant Gale seemed to have a vision, but it did not last, and he failed to hold some beautiful elusive thing. "See," rolled out the Indian's reply, full of power and depth. Mercedes drew a long breath, and her hand sought Thorne's. "He says yes," she whispered. "He answers he'll save us. He'll take us all back. He knows." The Indian turned away to his tasks, and the silence that held the little group was finally broken by Lad. "Sure, I said so. Now all we got to do is use sense. Friends, I'm the commissary department of this outfit, and what I say goes." You all won't eat except when I tell you. Maybe it'll not be so hard to keep our health. Starved beggars don't get sick. But there's the heat comin', and we can all go loco, you know. To pass the time. Lord, that's our problem. Now, if you all only had a hankerin' for checkers. Sure, I'll make a board and make you play. Thorn, you're the luckiest. You've got your girl, and this can be a honeymoon. Now, with a few tools and a little material, see what a grand house you can build for your wife. Dick, you're lucky too. You like to hunt, and up there you'll find the finest bighorn huntin' in the West. Take Yankee and the 405. We need the meat, but while you're getting it, have your sport. The same chance will never come again. I wish we was all able to go. But crippled men can't climb the lava. Sure, you'll see some country from the peaks. There's no wilder place on earth except the poles. And when you're older, you and Nell, with a couple of fine boys, think what it'll be to tell them about being lost in the lava and hunting sheep with a Yaqui. Sure, I've hit it. You can take yours out in hunting and thinking. Now, if I had a girl like Nell, I'd never go crazy. That's your game, Dick. Hunt and think of Nell, and how you'll tell those fine boys about it all, and about the old cowman you knowed, Laddie, who'll by then be long past the divide. Rustle now, son. Get some enthusiasm, for sure you'll need it for yourself and us. Gale climbed the lava slope, away round to the right of the arroyo, along an old trail that Yaqui said the Papagos had made before his own people had hunted there. Part way it led through spike-crested, upheaved lava that would have been almost impassable even without its silver coating of cholla cactus. There were benches and ledges and ridges bare and glistening in the sun. From the crests of these Yaqui's searching falcon gaze roved near and far for signs of sheep, and Gale used his glass on the reaches of lava that slanted steeply upward to the corrugated peaks, and down over endless heave and roll and red-waved slopes. The heat smoked up from the lava, and this, with the red color and the shiny chollas, gave the impression of a world of smoldering fire. Farther along the slope Yaqui halted and crawled behind projections to a point commanding a view over an extraordinary section of country. The peaks were off to the left. In the foreground were gullies, ridges, and canyons, arroyos, all glistening with chollas and some other and more numerous white bushes, and here and there towered a green cactus. This region was only a splintered and more devastated part of the volcanic slope, but it was miles in extent. Yaqui peeped over the top of a blunt block of lava and searched the sharp-billowed wilderness. Suddenly he grasped Gale and pointed across a deep wide gully. With the aid of his glass Gale saw 5 sheep. They were much larger than he had expected, dull brown in color, and 2 of them were rams with great curved horns. They were looking in his direction. Remembering what he had heard about the wonderful eyesight of these mountain animals, Gale could only conclude that they had seen the hunters. Then the Yaqui's movements attracted and interested him. The Indian had brought with him a red scarf and a mesquite branch. He tied the scarf to the stick and propped this up in a crack of the lava. The scarf waved in the wind. That done, the Indian bade Gale watch. Once again he leveled the glass at the sheep. All 5 were motionless, standing like statues, heads pointed across the gully. They were more than a mile distant. When Gale looked without his glass, they merged into the roughness of the lava. He was intensely interested. Did the sheep see the red scarf? It seemed incredible, but nothing else could account for that statuesque alertness. The sheep held this rigid position for perhaps 15 minutes. Then the leading ram started to approach. The others followed. He took a few steps, then halted. Always he held his head up, nose pointed. "By George, they're coming!" exclaimed Gale. "They see that flag. They're hunting us. They're curious. if this doesn't beat me." Evidently the Indian understood, for he grunted. Gale found difficulty in curbing his impatience. The approach of the sheep was slow. The advances of the leader and the intervals of watching had a singular regularity. He worked like a machine. Gale followed him down the opposite wall, around holes, across gullies, over ridges. Then Gale shifted the glass back to find the others. They were coming also, with exactly the same pace and pause of their leader. What steppers they were! How sure-footed! What leaps they made! It was thrilling to watch them. Gale forgot he had a rifle. The Yaqui pressed a heavy hand down upon his shoulder. He was to keep well hidden and to be quiet. Gale suddenly conceived the idea that the sheep might come clear across to investigate the puzzling red thing fluttering in the breeze. Strange, indeed, would that be for the wildest creatures in the world. The big ram led on with the same regular persistence, and in half an hour's time he was in the bottom of the great gulf, and soon he was facing up the slope. Gale knew then that the alluring scarf had fascinated him. It was no longer necessary now for Gale to use his glass. There was a short period when an intervening crest of lava hid the sheep from view. After that the two rams and their smaller followers were plainly in sight for perhaps a quarter of an hour. Then they disappeared behind another ridge. Gale kept watching, sure that they would come out farther on. A tense period of waiting passed. Then a suddenly electrifying pressure of Yaki's hand made Gale tremble with excitement. Very cautiously he shifted his position. There, not 50 feet distant upon a high mound of lava, stood the leader of the sheep. His size astounded Gale. He seemed all horns, but only for a moment did the impression of horns overbalancing body remain with Gale. The sheep was graceful, sinewy, slender, powerfully built, and in poise magnificent. As Gale watched, spellbound, the second ram leaped lightly upon the mound, and presently the three others did likewise. Then, indeed, Gale feasted his eyes with the spectacle for a hunter. It came to him suddenly that there had been something he expected to see in this Rocky Mountain bighorn, and it was lacking. They were beautiful, as wonderful as even Ladd's encomiums had led him to suppose. He thought perhaps it was the contrast these soft, sleek, short-furred, graceful animals afforded what he imagined the barren, terrible lava mountains might develop. The splendid leader stepped closer, his round, protruding amber eyes, which Gale could now plainly see, intent upon that fatal red flag. Like automatons, the other four crowded into his tracks. A few little slow steps, then the leader halted. At this instant Gale's absorbed attention was directed by Yaqui to the rifle, and so to the purpose of the climb. A little cold shock affronted Gale's vivid pleasure. With it dawned a realization of what he had imagined was lacking in these animals. They did not look wild. The so-called wildness of wild creatures appeared tamer than sheep he had followed on the farm. It would be little less than murder to kill them. Gale regretted the need of slaughter. Nevertheless, he could not resist the desire to show himself and see how tame they really were. He reached for the .405, and as he threw a shell into the chamber the slight metallic click made the sheep jump. Then Gale rose quickly to his feet. The noble ram and his band simply stared at Gale. They had never seen a man. They showed not the slightest indication of instinctive fear. Curiosity, surprise, even friendliness seemed to mark their attitude of attention. Gale imagined that they were going to step still closer. He did not choose to wait to see if this were true. Certainly it already took a grim resolution to raise the heavy .405. His shot killed the big leader. The others bounded away with remarkable nimbleness. Gale used up the remaining 4 shells to drop the second ram, and by the time he had reloaded the others were out of range. Yaki's method of hunting was sure and deadly and saving of energy, but Gale never would try it again. He chose to stalk the game. This entailed a great expenditure of strength, the eyes and lungs of a mountaineer, and, as Gale put it to Lad, the need of 7-league boots. After being hunted a few times and shot at, the sheep became exceedingly difficult to approach. Gale learned to know that their fame as the keenest eyed of all animals was well founded. If he worked directly toward a flock, crawling over the sharp lava, always a sentinel ram espied him before he got within range. The only method of attack that he found successful was to locate sheep with his glass, work round to windward of them, and then, getting behind a ridge or buttress, crawl like a lizard to a vantage point. He failed often. The stalk called forth all that was in him of endurance, cunning, speed. As the days grew hotter, he hunted in the early morning hours and a while before the sun went down. More than one night he lay out on the lava, with the great stars close overhead and the immense void all beneath him. This pursuit he learned to love. Upon those scarred and blasted slopes the wild spirit that was in him had free rein, and like a shadow the faithful Yaki tried ever to keep at his heels. One morning the rising sun greeted him as he surmounted the higher cone of the volcano. He saw the vastness of the east aglow with a glazed rosy whiteness, like the changing hue of an ember. At this height there was a sweeping wind, still cool. The western slopes of lava lay dark, and all that world of sand and gulf and mountain barrier beyond was shrouded in the mystic cloud of distance. Gale had assimilated much of the loneliness and the sense of ownership and the love of lofty heights that might well belong to the great condor of the peak. Like this wide-winged bird, he had an unparalleled range of vision. The very corners whence came the wind seemed pierced by Gale's eyes. Yaki spied a flock of sheep far under the curved broken rim of the main crater. Then began the stalk. Gale had taught the Yaki something, that speed might win as well as patient cunning. Keeping out of sight, Gale ran over the spike-crusted lava, leaving the Indian far behind. His feet were magnets, attracting supporting holds, and he passed over them too fast to fall. The wind, the keen air of the heights, the red lava, the boundless surrounding blue, all seemed to have something to do with his wildness. Then, hiding, slipping, creeping, crawling, he closed in upon his quarry until the long rifle grew like stone in his grip, and the whipping spang ripped the silence, and the strange echo boomed deep in the crater, and rolled around, as if in hollow mockery at the hopelessness of escape. Gale's exultant yell was given as much to free himself of some bursting joy of action as it was to call the slower Yaki. Then he liked the strange echoes. It was a maddening whirl of sound that bore deeper and deeper along the whorled and caverned walls of the crater. It was as if these aged walls resented the violating of their silent sanctity. Gale felt himself a man, a thing alive, something superior to all this savage, dead, upflung world of iron, a master even of all this grandeur and sublimity because he had a soul. He waited beside his quarry, and breathed deep, and swept the long slopes with searching eyes of habit. When Yaki came up, they set about the hardest task of all, to pack the best of that heavy sheep down miles of steep, ragged, choy-covered lava. But even in this Gale rejoiced. The heat was nothing, the millions of little pits which could hold and twist a foot were nothing, the blade-edged crusts and the deep fissures and the choked canyons and the tangled, dwarfed mesquites, all these were nothing but obstacles to be cheerfully overcome. Only the choya hindered Dick Gale. When his heavy burden pulled him out of sure-footedness, and he plunged into a cholla, or when the strange, deceitful, uncanny, almost invisible frosty thorns caught and pierced him, then there was call for all fortitude and endurance. For this cactus had a malignant power of torture. Its pain was stinging, blinding, burning, sickening poison in the blood. If thorns pierced his legs, he felt the pain all over his body. If his hands rose from a fall full of the barbed joints, he was helpless and quivering till Yaki tore them out. But this one peril, dreaded more than dizzy height of precipice or sun blindness on the glistening peak, did not daunt Gale. His teacher was the Yaki, and always before him was an example that made him despair of a white man's equality. Color, race, blood, breeding, what were these in the wilderness? Verily, Dick Gale had come to learn the use of his hands. So in a descent of hours he toiled down the lava slope, to stalk into the arroyo like a burdened giant, wringing wet, clear-eyed and dark-faced, his ragged clothes and boots white with cholla thorns. The gaunt lad rose from his saddle-seat, and removed his pipe from smiling lips, and turned to nod at Jim, and then looked back again. The torrid summer heat came imperceptibly, or it could never have been borne by white men. It changed the lives of the fugitives, making them partly nocturnal in habit. The nights had the balmy coolness of spring, and would have been delightful for sleep, but that would have made the blazing days unendurable. The sun rose in a vast white flame. With it came the blasting, withering wind from the Gulf. A red haze, like that of earlier sunsets, seemed to come sweeping on the wind, and it roared up the arroyo, and went billowing into the crater, and rushed on in fury to lash the peaks. During these hot, windy hours the desert-bound party slept in deep recesses in the lava, and if necessity brought them forth, they could not remain out long. The sand burned through boots, and a touch of bare hand on lava raised a blister. A short while before sundown the Yaki went forth to build a campfire, and soon the others came out, heat-dazed, half-blinded, with parching throats to allay hunger that was never satisfied. A little action and a cooling of the air revived them, and when night set in they were comfortable round the campfire. As Lad had said, one of their greatest problems was the passing of time. The nights were interminably long, but they had to be passed in work or play or dream, anything except sleep. That was Lad's most inflexible command. He gave no reason. But not improbably the ranger thought that the terrific heat of the day spent in slumber lessened a wear and strain, if not a real danger of madness. Accordingly, at first the occupations of this little group were many and various. They worked as if they had something to do, or could invent a pretext. They told and retold stories until all were wearisome. They sang songs. Mercedes taught Spanish. They played every game they knew. They invented others that were so trivial children would scarcely have been interested, and these they played seriously. In a word, with intelligence and passion, with all that was civilized and human, they fought the ever-infringing loneliness, the savage solitude of their environment. But they had only finite minds. It was not in reason to expect a complete victory against this mighty nature, this bounding horizon of death and desolation and decay. Gradually they fell back upon fewer and fewer occupations, until the time came when the silence was hard to break. Gale believed himself the keenest of the party, the one who thought most, and he watched the effect of the desert upon his companions. He imagined that he saw Lad grow old sitting round the campfire. Certain it was that the ranger's gray hair had turned white. What had been at times hard and cold and grim about him had strangely vanished in sweet temper and a vacant-mindedness that held him longer as the days passed. For hours, it seemed, Lad would bend over his checkerboard and never make a move. It mattered not now whether or not he had a partner. He was always glad of being spoken to, as if he were called back from vague region of mind. Jim Lash, the calmest, coolest, most nonchalant, best-humored Westerner Gale had ever met, had by slow degrees lost that cheerful character which would have been of such infinite good to his companions, and always he sat brooding, silently brooding. Jim had no ties, few memories, and the desert was claiming him. Thorn and Mercedes, however, were living, wonderful proof that spirit, mind, and heart were free to soar in scorn of the colossal barrenness and silence and space of that terrible, hedging prison of lava. They were young, they loved, they were together, and the oasis was almost a paradise. Gale believed he helped himself by watching them. Imagination had never pictured real happiness to him. Thorn and Mercedes had forgotten the outside world. If they had been existing on the burned-out, desolate moon, they could hardly have been in a harsher, grimmer, lonelier spot than this red-walled arroyo. But it might have been a statelier Eden than that of the primitive day. Mercedes grew thinner, until she was a slender shadow of her former self. She became hard, brown as the rangers, lithe and quick as a panther. She seemed to live on water and the air, perhaps indeed on love. For of the scant fare, the best of which was continually urged upon her, she partook but little. She reminded Gale of a wild brown creature, free as the wind on the lava slopes. Yet, despite the great change, her beauty remained undiminished. Her eyes, seeming so much larger now in her small face, were great black, starry gulfs. She was the life of that camp. Her smiles, her rapid speech, her low laughter, her quick movements, her playful moods with the rangers, the dark and passionate glance, which rested so often on her lover, the whispers in the dusk as hand in hand they paced the campfire beat, these helped Gale to retain his loosening hold on reality, to resist the lure of a strange beckoning life where a man stood free in the golden open, where emotion was not, nor trouble, nor sickness, nor anything but the savage's rest and sleep and action and dream. Although the Yaqui was as his shadow, Gale reached a point where he seemed to wander alone at twilight, in the night, at dawn. Far down the arroyo, in the deepening red twilight, when the heat rolled away on slow-dying wind, Blanco's soul raised his splendid head and whistled for his master. Gale reproached himself for neglect of the noble horse. Blanco's soul was always the same. He loved 4 things: his master, a long drink of cool water, to graze at will, and to run. Time and place, Gale thought, meant little to soul if he could have those 4 things. Gale put his arm over the great arched neck and laid his cheek against the long white mane, and then even as he stood there forgot the horse. What was the dull, red-tinged, horizon-wide mantle creeping up the slope? Through it the copper sun glowed, paled, died. Was it only twilight? Was it gloom? If he thought about it, he had a feeling that it was the herald of night, and the night must be a vigil, and that made him tremble. At night he had formed a habit of climbing up the lava slope as far as the smooth trail extended, and there on a promontory he paced to and fro, and watched the stars, and sat stone still for hours, looking down at the vast void with its moving, changing shadows. From that promontory he gazed up at a velvet blue sky, deep and dark, bright with millions of cold, distant, blinking stars, and he grasped a little of the meaning of infinitude. He gazed down into the shadows, which, black as they were and impenetrable, yet have a conception of an immeasurable space. Then the silence. He was dumb. He was awed. He bowed his head. He trembled. He marveled at the desert silence. It was the one thing always present. Even when the wind roared, there seemed to be silence. But at night, in this lava world of ashes and canker, he waited for this terrible strangeness of nature to come to him with the secret. He seemed at once a little child and a strong man, and something very old. What tortured him was the incomprehensibility that the vaster the space, the greater the silence. At one moment Gale felt there was only death here, and that was the secret. At another he heard the slow beat of a mighty heart. He came at length to realize that the desert was a teacher. He did not realize all that he had learned, but he was a different man. And when he decided upon that, he was not thinking of the slow, sure call to the primal instincts of man. He was thinking that the desert, as much as he had experienced and no more, would absolutely overturn the whole scale of man's values, break old habits, form new ones, remake him. More of desert experience, Gale believed, would be too much for intellect. The desert did not breed civilized man, and that made Gale ponder over a strange thought. After all, was the civilized man inferior to the savage? Yaqui was the answer to that. When Gale acknowledged this, he always remembered his present strange manner of thought. The past, the old order of mind, seemed as remote as this desert world was from the haunts of civilized men. A man must know a savage as Gale knew Yaqui before he could speak authoritatively, and then something stilled his tongue. In the first stage of Gale's observation of Yaqui, he had marked tenaciousness of life, stoicism, endurance, strength. These were the attributes of the desert. But what of that second stage wherein the Indian had loomed up a colossal figure of strange honor, loyalty, love? Gale doubted his convictions and scorned himself for doubting. There in the gloom sat the silent, impassive, inscrutable Yaqui. His dark face, his dark eyes were playing in the light of the stars. Always he was near Gale, unobtrusive, shadowy, but there. Why? Gale absolutely could not doubt that the Indian had heart as well as mind. Yaqui had from the very first stood between Gale and accident, toil, peril. It was his own choosing. Gale could not change him or thwart him. He understood the Indian's idea of obligation and sacred duty. But there was more, and that baffled Gale. In the night hours, alone on the slope, Gale felt in Yaqui, as he felt the mighty throb of that desert pulse, a something that drew him irresistibly to the Indian. Sometimes he looked around to find the Indian, to dispel these strange, pressing thoughts of unreality, and it was never in vain. Thus the nights passed, endlessly long, with Gale fighting for his old order of thought, fighting the fascination of the infinite sky and the gloomy, insulating whirl of the wide shadows, fighting for belief, hope, prayer, fighting against that terrible, ever-recurring idea of being lost in the desert, fighting harder than any other thing the insidious, penetrating, tranquil, unfeeling self that was coming between him and his memory. He was losing the battle, losing his hold on tangible things, losing his power to stand up under this ponderous, merciless weight of desert space and silence. He acknowledged it in a kind of despair, and the shadows of the night seemed whirling fiends. Lost, lost, lost. What are you waiting for? Rain. Lost, lost, lost in the desert. So the shadows seemed to scream in voiceless mockery. At the moment he was alone on the promontory. The night was far spent. A ghastly moon haunted the black volcanic spurs. The winds blew silently. Was he alone? No, he did not seem to be alone. The Yaqui was there. Suddenly a strange, cold sensation crept over Gale. It was new. He felt a presence. Turning, he expected to see the Indian, but instead a slight shadow, pale, almost white, stood there, not close nor yet distant. It seemed to brighten. Then he saw a woman who resembled a girl he had seemed to know long ago. She was white-faced, golden-haired, and her lips were sweet, and her eyes were turning black. Nell! He had forgotten her. Over him flooded a torrent of memory. There was tragic woe in this sweet face. Nell was holding out her arms. She was crying aloud to him across the sand and the cactus and the lava. She was in trouble, and he had been forgetting. That night he climbed the lava to the topmost cone, and never slipped on a ragged crust nor touched a cholla thorn. A voice called to him. He saw Nell's eyes in the stars, in the velvet blue of sky, in the blackness of the engulfing shadows. She was with him, a slender shape, a spirit, keeping step with him, and memory was strong, sweet, beating, beautiful. Far down in the west, faintly golden with light of the sinking moon, he saw a cloud that resembled her face, a cloud on the desert horizon. He gazed and gazed. Was that a spirit face like the one by his side? No, he did not dream. In the hot, sultry morning Yaki appeared at camp, after long hours of absence, and he pointed with a long, dark arm toward the west. A bank of clouds was rising above the mountain barrier. "Rain!" he cried, and a sonorous voice rolled down the arroyo. Those who heard him were as shipwrecked mariners at sight of a distant sail. Dick Gale, silent, grateful to the depths of his soul, stood with arm over Blanco's soul and watched the transforming west, where clouds of wondrous size and hue piled over one another, rushing, darkening, spreading, sweeping upward toward that white and glowing sun. When they reached the zenith and swept round to blot out the blazing orb, the earth took on a dark, lowering aspect. The red of sand and lava changed to steely gray. Vast shadows, like ripples on water, sheeted in from the gulf with a low, strange moan. Yet the silence was like death. The desert was awaiting a strange and hated visitation, storm. If all the endless torrid days, the endless mystic nights had seemed unreal to Gale, what then seemed this stupendous spectacle? "Oh, I felt a drop of rain on my face," cried Mercedes, and whispering the name of the saint, she kissed her husband. The white-haired lad, gaunt, old, bent, looked up at the maelstrom of clouds, and he said softly, "Sure, we'll get in the hosses, and pack light, and hit the trail, and make night marches." Then up out of the gulf of the west swept a billowing wind and a black pall and terrible flashes of lightning and thunder like the end of the world. Fury, blackness, chaos, the desert storm. End of section 16. Section 17 of Desert Gold, A Romance of the Border, by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Whistle of a Horse. At the ranch house at Forlorn River, Belding stood alone in his darkened room. It was quiet there and quiet outside. The sickening midsummer heat, like a hot, heavy blanket, lay upon the house. He took up the gun belt from his table and with slow hands buckled it around his waist. He seemed to feel something familiar and comfortable and inspiring in the weight of the big gun against his hip. He faced the door as if to go out, but hesitated, and then began a slow, plodding walk up and down the length of the room. Presently he halted at the table, and with reluctant hands he unbuckled the gun belt and laid it down. The action did not have an air of finality, and Belding knew it. He had seen border life in Texas in the early days. He had been a sheriff when the law in the West depended on a quickness of wrist. He had seen many a man lay down his gun for good and all. His own action was not final. Of late he had done the same thing many times, and this last time it seemed a little harder to do, a little more indicative of vacillation. There were reasons why Belding's gun held for him a gloomy fascination. The chases, those grasping and conscienceless agents of a new force in the development of the West, were bent upon Belding's ruin, and so far as his fortunes at Forlorn River were concerned, had almost accomplished it. One by one he lost points for which he contended with them. He carried into the Tucson courts the matter of the state claims, the mining claims, and water claims, and he lost all. Following that, he lost his government position as inspector of immigration, and this fact, because of what he considered its injustice, had been a hard blow. He had been made to suffer a humiliation equally as great. It came about that he actually had to pay the chases for water to irrigate his alfalfa fields. The never-failing spring upon his land answered for the needs of household and horses, but no more. These matters were unfortunate for Belding, but not by any means wholly accountable for his worry and unhappiness and brooding hate. He believed Dick Gale and the rest of the party taken into the desert by the Yaqui had been killed or lost. 2 months before, a string of Mexican horses, riderless, saddled, starved for grass and wild for water, had come into Forlorn River. They were a part of the horses belonging to Rojas and his band. Their arrival complicated the mystery and strengthened convictions of the loss of both pursuers and pursued. Belding was wont to say that he had worried himself gray over the fate of his rangers. Belding's unhappiness could hardly be laid to material loss. He had been rich and was now poor, but change of fortune such as that could not have made him unhappy. Something more somber and mysterious and sad than the loss of Dick Gale and their friends had come into their lives of his wife and Nell. He dated the time of this change back to a certain day when Mrs. Belding recognized in the elder Chase an old schoolmate and a rejected suitor. It took time for slow-thinking Belding to discover anything wrong in his household, especially as the fact of the Gales lingering there made Mrs. Belding and Nell, for the most part, hide their real and deeper feelings. Gradually, however, Belding had forced on him the fact of some secret cause for grief other than Gale's loss. He was sure of it when his wife signified her desire to make a visit to her old home back in Peoria. She did not give many reasons, but she did show him a letter that had found its way from old friends. This letter contained news that may or may not have been authentic, but it was enough, Belding thought, to interest his wife. An old prospector had returned to Peoria and had told relatives of meeting Robert Burton at the Sonoita oasis 15 years before, and that Burton had gone into the desert never to return. To Belding this was no surprise, for he had heard that before his marriage. There appeared to have been no doubts as to the death of his wife's first husband. The singular thing was that both Nell's father and grandfather had been lost somewhere in the Sonora desert. Belding did not oppose his wife's desire to visit her old home. He thought it would be a wholesome trip for her, and did all in his power to persuade Nell to accompany her. But Nell would not go. It was after Mrs. Belding's departure that Belding discovered in Nell a condition of mind that amazed and distressed him. She had suddenly become strangely wretched, so that she could not conceal it from even the Gales, who, of all people, Belding imagined, were the ones to make Nell proud. She would tell him nothing, but after a while, when he had thought it out, he dated this further and more deplorable change in Nell back to a day on which he had met Nell with Radford Chase. This indefatigable wooer had not in the least abandoned his suit. Something about the fellow made Belding grind his teeth. But Nell grew not only solicitously, but now strangely, entreatingly earnest in her importunities to Belding not to insult or lay a hand on Chase. This had bound Belding so far. It had made him think and watch. He had never been a man to interfere with his women folk. They could do as they liked, and usually that pleased him. But a slow surprise gathered and grew upon him when he saw that Nell, apparently, was accepting young Chase's attentions. At least, she no longer hid from him. Belden could not account for this, because he was sure Nell cordially despised the fellow. And toward the end he divined, if he did not actually know, that these Chases possessed some strange power over Nell, and were using it. That stirred a hate in Belden, a hate he had felt at the very first and had manfully striven against, and which now gave him over to dark, brooding thoughts. Midsummer passed, and the storms came late. But when they arrived they made up for tardiness. Belden did not remember so terrible a storm of wind and rain as that which broke the summer's drought. In a few days, it seemed, Altar Valley was a bright and green expanse, where dust clouds did not rise. Forlorn River ran, a slow, heavy, turgid torrent. Belden never saw the river in flood that it did not give him joy. Yet now, the desert man as he was, he suffered a regret when he thought of the great Chase reservoir full and overflowing. The dull thunder of the spillway was not pleasant. It was the first time in his life that the sound of falling water jarred upon him. Belden noticed workmen once more engaged in the fields bounding his land. The Chases had extended a main irrigation ditch down to Belden's farm, skipped the width of his ground, then had gone on down through Altar Valley. They had exerted every influence to obtain right to connect these ditches by digging through his land, but Belden remained obdurate. He refused to have any dealings with them. It was therefore with some curiosity and suspicion that he saw a gang of Mexicans once more at work upon these ditches. At daylight next morning a tremendous blast almost threw Belden out of his bed. It cracked the adobe walls of his house and broke windows, and sent pans and crockery to the floor with a crash. Belden's idea was that the store of dynamite kept by the Chases for blasting had blown up. Hurriedly getting into his clothes, he went to Nell's room to reassure her, and, telling her to have a thought for their guests, he went out to see what had happened. The villagers were pretty badly frightened. Many of the poorly constructed adobe huts had crumbled almost into dust. A great yellow cloud, like smoke, hung over the river. This appeared to be at the upper end of Belden's plot, and close to the river. When he reached his fence, the smoke and dust were so thick he could scarcely breathe, and for a little while he was unable to see what had happened. Presently he made out a huge hole in the sand just about where the irrigation ditch had stopped near his line. For some reason or other, not clear to Belden, the Mexicans had set off an extraordinarily heavy blast at that point. Belden pondered. He did not now for a moment consider an accidental discharge of dynamite. But why had this blast been set off? The loose sandy soil had yielded readily to shovel. There were no rocks. As far as construction of a ditch was concerned, such a blast would have done more harm than good. Slowly, with reluctant feet, Belden walked toward a green hollow, where in a cluster of willows lay the never-failing spring that his horses loved so well, and indeed which he loved no less. He was actually afraid to part the drooping willows to enter the little, cool, shady path that led to the spring. Then, suddenly seized by suspense, he ran the rest of the way. He was just in time to see the last of the water. It seemed to sink as in quicksand. The shape of the hole had changed. The tremendous force of the blast in the adjoining field had obstructed or diverted the underground stream of water. Belden's never-failing spring had been ruined. What had made this little plot of ground green and sweet and fragrant was now no more. Belden's first feeling was for the pity of it. The pale ajo lilies would bloom no more under those willows. The willows themselves would soon wither and die. He thought how many times in the middle of hot summer nights he had come down to the spring to drink. Never again. Suddenly he thought of Blanco Diablo, how the great white thoroughbred had loved this spring. Belding straightened up and looked with tear-blurred eyes out over the waste of the desert to the west. Never a day passed that he had not thought of the splendid horse, but this moment, with its significant memory, was doubly keen, and there came a dull pang in his breast. "Diablo will never drink here again," muttered Belding. The loss of Blanco Diablo, though admitted and mourned by Belding, had never seemed quite real until this moment. The pall of dust drifting over him, the din of the falling water up at the dam, diverted Belding's mind to the chases. All at once he was in the harsh grip of a cold certainty. The blast had been set off intentionally to ruin his spring. What a hellish trick! No Westerner, no Indian or Mexican, no desert man could have been guilty of such a crime. To ruin a beautiful, clear, cool, never-failing stream of water in the desert! It was then that Belding's worry and indecision and brooding were as if they had never existed. As he strode swiftly back to the house, his head, which had long been bent thoughtfully and sadly, was held erect. He went directly to his room, and with an air that was now final, he buckled on his gun-belt. He looked the gun over and tried the action. He squared himself and walked a little more erect. Some long-lost individuality had returned to Belding. "Let's see," he was saying. "I can get Carter to send the horses I've left back to Waco to my brother. I'll make Nell take what money there is and go hunt up her mother. The Gales are ready to go today, if I say the word. Nell can travel with them part way east. That's your game, Tom Belding. Don't mistake me." As he went out he encountered Mr. Gale coming up the walk. The long sojourn at Forlorn River, despite the fact that it had been laden with a suspense which was gradually changing to a sad certainty, had been of great benefit to Dick's father. The dry air, the heat, and the quiet had made him, if not entirely a well man, certainly stronger than he had been in many years. "Belding, what was that terrible roar?" asked Mr. Gale. "We were badly frightened until Miss Nell came to us. We feared it was an earthquake." "Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Gale, we've had some quakes here, but none of them could hold a candle to this jar we just had." Then Belding explained what had caused the explosion, and why it had been set off so close to his property. "It's an outrage, sir, an unspeakable outrage," declared Mr. Gale hotly. "Such a thing would not be tolerated in the East. Mr. Belding, I'm amazed at your attitude in the face of all this trickery." "You see, there was Mother and Nell," began Belding, as if apologizing. He dropped his head a little, and made marks in the sand with the toe of his boot. "Mr. Gale, I've been sort of half-hitched, as Laddie used to say. I'm planning to have a little more elbow room round this ranch. I'm going to send Nell east to her mother. Then see here, Mr. Gale, would you mind having Nell with you part way when you go home?" "We'd be delighted to have her go all the way and make us a visit," replied Mr. Gale. "That's fine. And you'll be going soon?" "Don't take that as if I wanted to." Belding paused, for the truth was that he did want to hurry them off. "We would have been gone before this, but for you," said Mr. Gale. "Long ago we gave up hope of Richard ever returning, and I believe, now we're sure he was lost, that we'd do well to go home at once. You wished us to remain until the heat was broken, till the rains came to make traveling easier for us. Now I see no need for further delay. My stay here has greatly benefited my health. I shall never forget your hospitality. This western trip would have made me a new man if only Richard." "Sure, I understand," said Belding gruffly. "Let's go in and tell the women to pack up." Nell was busy with the servants preparing breakfast. Belding took her into the sitting-room while Mr. Gale called his wife and daughter. "My girl, I've some news for you," began Belding. "Mr. Gale is leaving today with his family. I'm going to send you with them, part way, anyhow. You're invited to visit them. I think that'd be great for you. Help you to forget. But the main thing is, you're going east to join Mother." Nell gazed at him, white-faced, without uttering a word. "You see, Nell, I'm about done in Forlorn River," went on Belding. "That blast this morning sank my spring. There's no water now. It was the last straw. So we'll shake the dust of Forlorn River. I'll come on a little later, that's all." "Dad, you're packing your gun," exclaimed Nell, suddenly pointing with a trembling finger. She ran to him, and for the first time in his life Belding put her away from him. His movements had lost the old slow gentleness. "Why, so I am," replied Belding coolly, as his hand moved down to the sheath swinging at his hip. "Nell, I'm that absent-minded these days." "Dad!" she cried. "That'll do from you," he replied, in a voice he had never used to her. "Get breakfast now, then pack to leave Forlorn River." "Leave Forlorn River," whispered Nell, with a thin white hand stealing up to her breast. How changed the girl was! Belding reproached himself for his hardness, but did not speak his thought aloud. Nell was fading here, just as Mercedes had faded before the coming of Thorn. Nell turned away to the west window and looked out across the desert toward the dim blue peaks in the distance. Belding watched her, likewise the gales, and no one spoke. There ensued a long silence. Belding felt a lump rise in his throat. Nell laid her arm against the window frame, but gradually it dropped, and she was leaning with her face against the wood. A low sob broke from her. Elsie Gale went to her, embraced her, took the drooping head on her shoulder. "We've come to be such friends," she said. "I believe it'll be good for you to visit me in the city. Here, all day you look out across that awful lonely desert. Come, Nell." Heavy steps sounded outside on the flagstones. Then the door rattled under a strong knock. Belding opened it. The Chases, father and son, stood beyond the threshold. "Good morning, Belding," said the elder Chase. "We were routed out early by that big blast and came to see what was wrong. All a blunder. The greaser foreman was drunk yesterday, and his ignorant men made a mistake. Sorry if the blast bothered you." "Chase, I reckon that's the first of your blasts I was ever glad to hear," replied Belding in a way that made Chase look blank. "So? Well, I'm glad you're glad," he went on, evidently puzzled. "I was a little worried. You've always been so touchy. We never could get together. I hurried over, fearing maybe you might think the blast. You see, Belding—" "I see this, Mr. Ben Chase," interrupted Belding in curt and ringing voice. "That blast was a mistake, the biggest you ever made in your life." "What do you mean?" demanded Chase. "You'll have to excuse me for a while, unless you're dead set on having it out right now. Mr. Gale and his family are leaving, and my daughter is going with them. I'd rather you'd wait a little." "Nell going away?" exclaimed Radford Chase. He reminded Belding of an overgrown boy in disappointment. "Yes, but Miss Burton to you, young man." "Mr. Belding, I certainly would prefer a conference with you right now," interposed the elder Chase, cutting short Belding's strange speech. "There are other matters, important matters to discuss. They've got to be settled. May we step in, sir?" "No, you may not," replied Belding bluntly. "I'm sure particular who I invite into my house. But I'll go with you." Belding stepped out and closed the door. "Come away from the house so the women won't hear the talk." The elder Chase was purple with rage, yet seemed to be controlling it. The younger man looked black, sullen, impatient. He appeared not to have a thought of Belding. He was absolutely blind to the situation, as considered from Belding's point of view. Ben Chase found his voice about the time Belding halted under the trees out of earshot from the house. "Sir, you've insulted me, my son. How dare you? I want you to understand that you're—" "Chop that kind of talk with me, you—" interrupted Belding. He had always been profane, and now he certainly did not choose his language. Chase turned livid, gasped, and seemed about to give way to fury. But something about Belding evidently exerted a powerful quieting influence. "If you talk sense, I'll listen," went on Belding. Belding was frankly curious. He did not think any argument or inducement offered by Chase could change his mind on past dealings or his purpose of the present. But he believed by listening he might get some light on what had long puzzled him. The masterly effort Chase put forth to conquer his aroused passions gave Belding another idea of the character of this promoter. "I want to make a last effort to propitiate you," began Chase, in his quick, smooth voice. That was a singular change to Belding, the dropping instantly into an easy flow of speech. "You've had losses here, and naturally you're sore. I don't blame you. But you can't see this thing from my side of the fence. Business is business. In business the best man wins. The law upheld those transactions of mine, the honesty of which you questioned. As to mining and water claims, you lost on this technical point, that you had nothing to prove that you had held them for 5 years. 5 years is the time necessary in law. A dozen men might claim the source of Forlorn River, but if they have no house or papers to prove their squatter's rights, any man could go in and fight them for the water. Now I want to run that main ditch along the river, through your farm. Can't we make a deal? I'm ready to be liberal, to meet you more than halfway. I'll give you an interest in the company. I think I've influence enough up at the Capitol to have you reinstated as inspector. A little reasonableness on your part will put you right again in Forlorn River, with a chance of growing rich. There's a big future here. My interest, Belding, has become personal. Radford is in love with your stepdaughter. He wants to marry her. I'll admit now, if I had foreseen this situation I wouldn't have pushed you so hard. But we can square the thing. Now let's get together, not only in business, but in a family way. If my son's happiness depends upon having this girl, you may rest assured I'll do all I can to get her for him. I'll absolutely make good all your losses. Now what do you say?" "No," replied Belding. "Your money can't buy a right-of-way across my ranch, and Nell doesn't want your son. That settles it. But you could persuade her." "I won't, that's all." "May I ask why?" Chase's voice was losing its suave quality, but it was even swifter than before. "Sure, I don't mind your asking," replied Belding in slow deliberation. "I wouldn't do such a low-down trick. Besides, if I would, I'd want it to be a man I was persuading for. I know greasers. I know a Yankee I'd rather give Nell to than your son." Radford Chase began to roar in inarticulate rage. Belding paid no attention to him. Indeed, he never glanced at the young man. The elder Chase checked a violent start. He plucked at the collar of his gray flannel shirt, opened it at the neck. "My son's offer of marriage is an honor, more an honor, sir, than you perhaps are aware of." Belding made no reply. His steady gaze did not turn from the long lane that led down to the river. He waited coldly, sure of himself. "Mrs. Belding's daughter has no right to the name of Burton," snapped Chase. "Did you know that?" "I did not," replied Belding quietly. "Well, you know it now," added Chase bitingly. "Sure you can prove what you say?" queried Belding, in the same cool, unemotional tone. It struck him strangely at the moment what little knowledge this man had of the West and of Western character. "Prove it? Why, yes, I think so, enough to make the truth plain to any reasonable man. I come from Peoria, was born and raised there. I went to school with Nell Warren. That was your wife's maiden name. She was a beautiful, gay girl. All the fellows were in love with her. I knew Bob Burton well. He was a splendid fellow, but wild. Nobody ever knew for sure, but we all supposed he was engaged to marry Nell. He left Peoria, however, and soon after that the truth about Nell came out. She ran away. It was at least a couple of months before Burton showed up in Peoria. He did not stay long. Then for years nothing was heard of either of them. When word did come, Nell was in Oklahoma. Burton was in Denver. There's chance, of course, that Burton followed Nell and married her. That would account for Nell Warren taking the name of Burton. But it isn't likely. None of us ever heard of such a thing and wouldn't have believed it if we had. The affair seemed destined to end, unfortunately. But Belding, while I'm at it, I want to say that Nell Warren was one of the sweetest, finest, truest girls in the world. If she drifted to the southwest and kept her past a secret, that was only natural. Certainly it should not be held against her. Why, she was only a child, a girl, 17, 18 years old. In a moment of amazement, when I recognized your wife as an old schoolmate, I blurted the thing out to Radford. You see now how little it matters to me when I ask your stepdaughter's hand in marriage for my son. Belding stood listening. The genuine emotion in Chase's voice was as strong as the ring of truth. Belding knew the truth when he heard it. The revelation did not surprise him. Belding did not soften, for he divined that Chase's emotion was due to the probing of an old wound, the recalling of a past both happy and painful. Still, human nature was so strange that perhaps kindness and sympathy might yet have a place in this Chase's heart. Belding did not believe so, but he was willing to give Chase the benefit of the doubt. "So you told my wife you'd respect her secret, keep her dishonor from husband and daughter?" demanded Belding, his dark gaze sweeping back from the lane. "What? I stammered Chase. "You made your son swear to be a man and die before he'd hint the thing to Nell?" went on Belding, and his voice went on louder. Ben Chase had no answer. The red left his face. His son slunk back against the fence. "I say, you never held this secret over the heads of my wife and daughter?" thundered Belding. He had his answer in the gray faces, in the lips that fear made mute. Like a flash, Belding saw the whole truth of Mrs. Belding's agony, the reason for her departure. He saw what had been driving Nell, and it seemed that all the dogs of hell were loosened within his heart. He struck out blindly, instinctively in his pain, and the blow sent Ben Chase staggering into the fence corner. Then he stretched forth a long arm and whirled Radford Chase back beside his father. "I see it all now," went on Belding hoarsely. "You found the woman's weakness, her love for the girl. You found the girl's weakness, her pride and fear of shame. So you drove the one and hounded the other. God, what a base thing to do! To tell the girl was bad enough, but to threaten her with betrayal, there's no name for that." Belding's voice thickened, and he paused, breathing heavily. He stepped back a few paces, and this, an ominous action for an armed man of his kind, instead of adding to the fear of the Chases, seemed to relieve them. If there had been any pity in Belding's heart, he would have felt it then. "And now, gentlemen," continued Belding, speaking low and with difficulty, "seeing I've turned down your proposition, I suppose you think you've no more call to keep your mouth shut." The elder Chase appeared fascinated by something he either saw or felt in Belding, and his gray face grew grayer. He put up a shaking hand. Then Radford Chase, livid and snarling, burst out, "I'll talk till I'm black in the face. You can't stop me." "You'll go black in the face, but it won't be from talking," hissed Belding. His big arm swept down, and when he threw it up the gun glittered in his hand. Simultaneously with the latter action pealed out a shrill, penetrating whistle, the whistle of a horse. It froze Belding's arm aloft. For an instant he could not move even his eyes. The familiarity of that whistle was terrible in its power to rob him of strength. Then he heard the rapid, heavy pound of hoofs, and again the piercing whistle. "Blanco Diablo!" he cried huskily. He turned to see a huge white horse come thundering into the yard. A wild, gaunt, terrible horse, indeed, the loved Blanco Diablo. A bronzed, long-haired Indian strode beside him. More white horses galloped into the yard, pounded to a halt, whistling home. Belding saw a slim shadow of a girl who seemed all great black eyes. Under the trees flashed Blanco's soul, as dazzling white, as beautiful as if he had never been lost in the desert. He slid to a halt, then plunged and stamped. His rider leaped, throwing the bridle. Belding saw a powerful, spare, ragged man, with dark, gaunt face and eyes of flame. Then Nell came running from the house, her golden hair flying, her hands outstretched, her face wonderful. "Dick! Dick! Oh, Dick!" she cried. Her voice seemed to quiver in Belding's heart. Belding's eyes began to blur. He was not sure he saw clearly. Whose face was this now close before him? A long, thin, shrunken face, haggard, tragic in its semblance of torture, almost of death. But the eyes were keen and kind. Belding thought wildly that they proved he was not dreaming. "Sure I'm glad to see you all," said a well-remembered voice in a slow, cool drawl. End of section 17. Section 18 of Desert Gold, A Romance of the Border, by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reality against dreams. Lad, Lash, Thorn, Mercedes, they were all held tight in Belding's arms. Then he ran to Blanco Diablo. For once the great horse was gentle, quiet, glad. He remembered this kindest of masters and reached for him with warm, wet muzzle. Dick Gale was standing bowed over Nell's slight form, almost hidden in his arms. Belding hugged them both. He was like a boy. He saw Ben Chase and his son slip away under the trees, but the circumstances meant nothing to him then. "Dick, Dick," he roared, "is it you? Say, who do you think is here in Forlorn River?" Gale gripped Belding with a hand as rough and hard as a file and as strong as a vice. But he did not speak a word. Belding thought Gale's eyes would haunt him forever. It was then 3 more persons came upon the scene. Elsie Gale, running swiftly, her father assisting Mrs. Gale, who appeared about to faint. "Belding, who on earth is that?" cried Dick hoarsely. "Quien sabe, my son," replied Belding, and now his voice seemed a little shaky. "Nell, come here, give him a chance." Belding slipped his arm around Nell and whispered in her ear, "This'll be great." Elsie Gale's face was white and agitated, a face expressing extreme joy. "Oh, brother, Mama saw you, Papa saw you, and never knew you. But I knew you when you jumped quick, that way, off your horse. And now I don't know you. You wild man, you giant, you splendid barbarian. Mama, Papa, hurry, it's Dick. Look at him, just look at him. Oh, thank God." Belding turned away and drew Nell with him. In another second she and Mercedes were clasped in each other's arms. Then followed a time of joyful greetings all round. Yankee stood leaning against a tree watching the welcoming home of the lost. No one seemed to think of him, until Belding, ever mindful of the needs of horses, put a hand on Blanco Diablo and called to Yankee to bring the others. They led the string of whites down to the barn, freed them of wet and dusty saddles and packs, and turned them loose in the alfalfa, now breast high. Diablo found his old spirit. Blanco's soul tossed his head and whistled his satisfaction. White Woman pranced to and fro, and presently they all settled down to quiet grazing. How good it was for Belding to see those white shapes against the rich background of green! His eyes glistened. It was a sight he had never expected to see again. He lingered there many moments when he wanted to hurry back to his rangers. At last he tore himself away from watching Blanco Diablo and returned to the house. It was only to find that he might have spared himself the hurry. Jim and Lad were lying on the beds that had not held them for so many months. Their slumber seemed as deep and quiet as death. Curiously, Belding gazed down upon them. They had removed only boots and chaps. Their clothes were in tatters. Jim appeared little more than skin and bones, a long shape, dark and hard as iron. Lad's appearance shocked Belding. The ranger looked an old man, blasted, shriveled, starved. Yet his gaunt face, though terrible in its records of tortures, had something fine and noble, even beautiful to Belding, in its strength, its victory. Thorne and Mercedes had disappeared. The low murmur of voices came from Mrs. Gale's room, and Belding concluded that Dick was still with his family. No doubt he, also, would soon seek rest and sleep. Belding went through the patio and called in at Nell's door. She was there sitting by her window. The flush of happiness had not left her face, but she looked stunned, and a shadow of fear lay dark in her eyes. Belding had intended to talk. He wanted someone to listen to him. The expression in Nell's eyes, however, silenced him. He had forgotten. Nell read his thought in his face, and then she lost all her color and dropped her head. Belding entered, stood beside her with a hand on hers. He tried desperately hard to think of the right thing to say, and realized so long as he tried that he could not speak at all. "Nell, Dick's back safe and sound," he said slowly. "That's the main thing. I wish you could have seen his eyes when he held you in his arms out there. Of course, Dick's coming knocks out your trip east and changes plans generally. We haven't had the happiest time lately. But now it'll be different. Dick's as true as a Yankee. He'll chase that Chase fellow, don't mistake me. Then Mother will be home soon. She'll straighten out this mystery. And Nell, however it turns out, I know Dick Gale will feel just the same as I feel. Brace up now, girl." Belding left the patio and traced thoughtful steps back toward the corrals. He realized the need of his wife. If she had been at home, he would have not come so close to killing two men. Nell would never have fallen so low in spirit. Whatever the real truth of the tragedy of his wife's life, it would not make the slightest difference to him. What hurt him was the pain mother and daughter had suffered, were suffering still. Somehow he must put an end to that pain. He found the Yankee curled up in a corner of the barn in as deep a sleep as that of the rangers. Looking down at him, Belding felt again the rush of curious, thrilling eagerness to learn all that had happened since the dark night when Yankee had led the white horses away into the desert. Belding curbed his impatience and set to work upon tasks he had long neglected. Presently he was interrupted by Mr. Gale, who came out, beside himself with happiness and excitement. He flung 100 questions at Belding, and never gave him time to answer one, even if that had been possible. Finally, when Mr. Gale lost his breath, Belding got a word in. "See here, Mr. Gale, you know as much as I know. Dick's back. They're all back, a hard lot, starved, burned, torn to pieces, worked out to the limit I never saw in desert travelers, but they're alive and well. Man, just wait. Just gamble I won't sleep or eat till I hear that story. But they've got to sleep and eat." Belding gathered with growing amusement that besides the joy, excitement, anxiety, impatience expressed by Mr. Gale, there was something else which Belding took for pride. It pleased him. Looking back, he remembered some of the things Dick had confessed his father thought of him. Belding's sympathy had always been with the boy, but he had learned to like the old man, to find him kind and wise, and to think that perhaps college and business had not brought out the best in Richard Gale. The West had done that, however, as it had for many a wild youngster, and Belding resolved to have a little fun at the expense of Mr. Gale. So he began by making a few remarks that appeared to rob Dick's father of both speech and breath. "And don't mistake me," concluded Belding. "Just keep out of earshot when Laddie tells us the story of that desert trip, unless you're hankering to have your hair turn pure white and stand curled on end and freeze that way." About the middle of the forenoon on the following day, the Rangers hobbled out of the kitchen to the porch. "I'm a sick man, I tell you," Lad was complaining, "and I gotta be fed. Soup, beef tea, that ain't so much as wind to me. I want about a barrel of bread and butter, and a whole platter of mashed potatoes and gravy and green stuff, all kinds of green stuff, and a whole big apple pie. Give me everything and anything to eat but meat. Sure, I never want to taste meat again, and sight of a piece of sheep meat would just about finish me. Jim, you used to be a human being that stood up for Charlie Ladd." "Laddie, I'm lined up beside you with both guns," replied Jim plaintively. "Hungry? Say, the smell of breakfast in that kitchen made my mouth water so I near choked to death. I reckon we're getting most on-human treatment." "But I'm a sick man," protested Lad, "and I'm a-going to fall over in a minute if somebody doesn't feed me. Nell, you used to be fond of me." "Oh, Laddie, I am yet," replied Nell. "Sure, I don't believe it. Any girl with a tender heart just couldn't let a man starve under her eyes. Look at Dick there. I'll bet he's had something to eat. Maybe potatoes and gravy and pie and—" "Laddie, Dick has had no more than I gave you. Indeed, not nearly so much." "Sure, he's had a lot of kisses then, for he hasn't hollered once about this treatment." "Perhaps he has," said Nell with a blush, "and if you think that they would help you to be reasonable, Well, powerful fond as I am of you, just now kisses'll have to run second to bread and butter." "Oh, Laddie, what a gallant speech," laughed Nell. "I'm sorry, but I've Dad's orders." "Laddie," interrupted Belding, "you've got to be broke in gradually to eating. Now you know that. You'd be the severest kind of a boss if you had some starved beggars in your hands." "But I'm sick. I'm dying," howled Lad. "You were never sick in your life, and if all the bullet holes I see in you couldn't kill you, why, you'll never die." "Can I smoke?" queried Lad with sudden animation. "My God, I used to smoke. Sure, I've forgot. Nell, if you want to be reinstated in my gallery of angels, just find me a pipe and tobacco." "I've hung on to my pipe," said Jim thoughtfully. "I reckon I had it empty in my mouth for 7 years or so, wasn't it, Laddie? A long time. I can see the red lava and the red haze and the red twilight creeping up. It was hot and some lonely. Then the wind, and always that awful silence. And always Yacky watching the west, and Laddie with his checkers, and Mercedes burning up, wasting away to nothing but eyes. It's all there. I'll never get rid." "Chop that kind of talk," interrupted Belding bluntly. "Tell us where Yacky took you. What happened to Rojas? Why you seemed lost for so long?" "I reckon Laddie can tell all that the best. But when it comes to Rojas's finish, I'll tell what I seen, and so'll Dick and Thorne. Laddie missed Rojas's finish, bar none. That was the—" "I'm a sick man, but I can talk," put in Lad. "And sure I don't want the whole story exaggerated none by Jim." Lad filled the pipe Nell brought, puffed ecstatically at it, and settled himself upon the bench for a long talk. Nell glanced appealingly at Dick, who tried to slip away. Mercedes did go, and was followed by Thorne. Mr. Gale brought chairs, and in subdued excitement called his wife and daughter. Belding leaned forward, rendered all the more eager by Dick's reluctance to stay, the memory of the quick tragic change in the expression of Mercedes's beautiful eyes, by the strange gloomy cast stealing over Lad's face. The ranger talked for 2 hours, talked till his voice weakened to a husky whisper. At the conclusion of his story there was an impressive silence. Then Elsie Gale stood up, and with her hand on Dick's shoulder, her eyes bright and warm as sunlight, she showed the rangers what a woman thought of them and the Yankee. Nell clung to Dick, weeping silently. Mrs. Gale was overcome, and Mr. Gale, very white and quiet, helped her up to her room. "The Indian! The Indian!" burst out Belding, his voice deep and rolling. "What did I tell you? Didn't I say he'd be a godsend? Remember what I said about Yankee and some gory Aztec knife work? So he cut Rojas loose from that awful crater wall, foot by foot, finger by finger, slow and terrible. And Rojas didn't hang long on the cholla thorns? Thank God for that. Laddie, no story of Camino Diablo can hold a candle to yours. The flight and the fight were jobs for men, but living through this long hot summer and coming out, that's a miracle. Only the Yankee could have done it. The Yankee! The Yankee! Sure, Charlie Ladd looks up at the Indian these days, but Belden, as for the comin' out, don't forget the hosses. Without grand old Sol and Diablo, who I don't hate no more, and the other Blancos, we'd never have got here. Yankee and the hosses, that's my story." Early in the afternoon of the next day, Belding encountered Dick at the water barrel. "Belding, this is river water, and muddy at that," said Dick. "Lord knows I'm not kicking, but I've dreamed some of our cool running spring, and I want a drink from it." "Never again, son. The spring's gone, faded, sunk, dry as dust." "Dry?" Gale slowly straightened. "We've had rains. The river's full. The spring ought to be overflowing. What's wrong? Why is it dry?" "Dick, seeing you're interested, I may as well tell you that a big charge of nitroglycerin choked my spring." "Nitroglycerin?" echoed Gale. Then he gave a quick start. "My mind's been on home, Nell, my family. But all the same I felt something was wrong here with the ranch, with you, with Nell. Belding, that ditch there is dry. The roses are dead. The little green in that grass has come with the rains. What's happened? The ranch is run down. Now I look around I see a change." "Some change, yes," replied Belding bitterly. "Listen, son." Briefly, but not the less forcibly for that, Belding related his story of the operations of the chases. Astonishment appeared to be Gale's first feeling. "Our water gone, our claims gone, our plans forestalled. Why, Belding, it's unbelievable. Forlorn River with promoters, business, railroad, bank, and what not." Suddenly he became fiery and suspicious. "These chases, did they do all this on the level?" "Barefaced robbery, worse than a greaser hold-up," replied Belding grimly. "You say the law upheld them?" "Sure. Why, Ben Chase has a pull as strong as Diablo's on a downgrade. Dick, we're jobbed, outfigured, beat, tricked. We can't do a thing." "Oh, I'm sorry, Belding, most of all for Laddie," said Gale feelingly. "He's all in. He'll never write again. He wanted to settle down here on the farm he thought he owned, grow grass and raise horses and take it easy. Oh, but it's tough. Say, he doesn't know it yet. He was just telling me he'd like to go out and look the farm over. Who's going to tell him? What's he going to do when he finds out about this deal?" "Son, that's made me think some," replied Belding, with keen eyes fast upon the young man. "And I was kind of wondering how you'd take it." Well, I'll call on the Chases. Look here, Belding, I'd better do some forestalling myself. If Laddie gets started now there'll be blood spilled. He's not just in his right mind yet. He talks in his sleep sometimes about how Yankee finished Rojas. If it's left to him, He'll kill these men. But if I take it up, you're talking sense, Dick. Only here, I'm not so sure of you. And there's more to tell. Son, you've Nell to think of and your mother. Belding's ranger gave him a long and searching glance. You can be sure of me, he said. All right, then, listen, began Belding. With deep voice that had many a beak and tremor, he told Gale how Nell had been hounded by Radford Chase, how her mother had been driven by Ben Chase, the whole sad story. So that's the trouble. Poor little girl, murmured Gale brokenly. I felt something was wrong. Nell wasn't natural, like her old self. And when I begged her to marry me soon, while Dad was here, she couldn't talk. She could only cry. It was hard on Nell, said Belding simply. But it'll be better now you're back. Dick, I know the girl. She'll refuse to marry you, and you'll have a hard job to break her down, as hard as the one you just rode in off of. I think I know you, too, or I wouldn't be sane. Belding, what are you hinting at? Demanded Gale. Do you dare insinuate that if the thing were true, it'd make any difference to me? Ah, come now, Dick. I couldn't mean that. I'm only awkward at saying things. And I'm cut pretty deep. For God's sake, you don't believe what Chase said? Queried Gale, in passionate haste. It's a lie. I swear it's a lie. I know it's a lie. And I've got to tell Nell this minute. Come on in with me. I want you, Belding. Oh, why didn't you tell me sooner? Belding felt himself dragged by an iron arm into the sitting room out into the patio, and across that to where Nell sat in her door. At sight of them she gave a little cry, drooped for an instant, then raised a pale, still face, with eyes beginning to darken. Dearest, I know now why you're not wearing my mother's ring, said Gale, steadily and low-voiced. Dick, I'm not worthy, she replied, and held out a trembling hand with the ring lying in the palm. Swift as light, Gale caught her hand and slipped the ring back upon the third finger. Nell, look at me. It is your engagement ring. Listen, I don't believe this thing that's been torturing you. I know it's a lie. I'm absolutely sure your mother will prove it a lie. She must have suffered once. Perhaps there was a sad error, but the thing you fear is not true. But hear me, dearest. Even if it was true, it wouldn't make the slightest difference to me. I'd promise you on my honor I'd never think of it again. I'd love you all the more because you'd suffered. I want you all the more to be my wife, to let me make you forget, to—" She rose swiftly with the passionate abandon of a woman stirred to her depths, and she kissed him. "Oh, Dick, you're good, so good. You never know just what those words mean to me. They've saved me, I think." "Then, dearest, it's all right?" Dick questioned eagerly. "You will keep your promise? You will marry me?" The glow, the light faded out of her face, and now the blue eyes were almost black. She drooped and shook her head. "Nell!" exclaimed Gale, sharply catching his breath. "Don't ask me, Dick. I won't marry you." "Why?" "You know. It's true that I—" "It's a lie," interrupted Gale fiercely. "But even if it's true, why won't you marry me? Between you and me, love is the thing. Love and nothing else. Don't you love me any more?" They had forgotten Belding, who stepped back into the shade. "I love you with my whole heart and soul. I'd die for you," whispered Nell, with clenching hands. "But I won't disgrace you. Dear, you've worried over this trouble till you're morbid. It has grown out of all proportion. I tell you that I'll not only be the happiest man on earth, but the luckiest, if you marry me. Dick, you give not one thought to your family. Would they receive me as your wife?" "They surely would," replied Gale steadily. "No, oh no." "You're wrong, Nell. I'm glad you said that. You give me a chance to prove something. I'll go this minute and tell them all. I'll be back here in less than—" "Dick, you will not tell her, your mother?" cried Nell, with her eyes streaming. "You will not? Oh, I can't bear it. She's so proud. And Dick, I love her. Don't tell her. Please, please don't. She'll be going soon. She needn't ever know about me. I want her always to think well of me. Dick, I beg of you. Oh, the fear of her knowing has been the worst of all. Please don't go." "Nell, I'm sorry. I hate to hurt you, but you're wrong. You can't see things clearly. This is your happiness I'm fighting for, and it's my life. Wait here, dear. I won't be long." Gale ran across the patio and disappeared. Nell sank to the doorstep, and as she met the question in Belding's eyes, she shook her head mournfully. They waited without speaking. It seemed a long while before Gale returned. Belding thrilled at the sight of him. There was more boy about him than Belding had ever seen. Dick was coming swiftly, flushed, glowing, eager, erect, almost smiling. I told them, I swore it was a lie, but I wanted them to decide as if it were true. I didn't have to waste a minute on Elsie. She loves you, Nell. The governor is crazy about you. I didn't have to waste 2 minutes on him. Mother used up the time. She wanted to know all there was to tell. She is proud, yes, but Nell, I wish you could have seen how she took the story about you. Why, she never thought of me at all, until she had cried over you. Nell, she loves you too. They all love you. Oh, it's so good to tell you. I think Mother realizes the part you've had in what shall I call it, the regeneration of Richard Gale. Doesn't that sound fine? Darling, Mother not only consents, she wants you to be my wife. Do you hear that? And listen, she had me in a corner, and of course, being my mother, she put on the screws. She made me promise that we'd live in the east half the year. That means Chicago, Cape May, New York. You see, I'm not exactly the lost son any more. Why, Nell, dear, you'll have to learn who Dick Gale really is. But I always want to be the ranger you helped me become, and ride Blanco's soul, and see a little of the desert. Don't let the idea of big cities frighten you. We'll always love the open spaces best. Now, Nell, say you'll forget this trouble. I know it'll come all right. Say you'll marry me soon. Why, dearest, you're crying. Nell! My heart is broken, sobbed Nell, for I can't marry you. The boyish brightness faded out of Gale's face. Here, Belding saw, was the stern reality arrayed against his dreams. That devil Radford Chase, he'll tell my secret, panted Nell. He swore if you ever came back and married me, he'd follow us all over the world to tell it. Belding saw Gale grow deathly white and suddenly stand stock still. Chase threatened you then? Asked Dick, and the forced naturalness of his voice struck Belding. Threaten me? He made my life a nightmare, replied Nell in a rush of speech. At first I wondered how he was worrying Mother sick, but she wouldn't tell me. Then, when she went away, he began to hint things. I hated him all the more. But when he told me, I was frightened, shamed. Still, I did not weaken. He was pretty decent when he was sober. But when he was half drunk, he was the devil. He laughed at me and my pride. I didn't dare shut the door in his face. After a while he found out that your mother loved me, and that I loved her. Then he began to threaten me. If I didn't give in to him, he'd see she learned the truth. That made me weaken. It nearly killed me. I simply could not bear the thought of Mrs. Gale knowing. But I couldn't marry him. Besides, he's got so half the time, when he was drunk, he didn't want or ask me to be his wife. I was about ready to give up and go mad when you came home." She ended in a whisper, looking up wistfully and sadly at him. Belding was a raging fire within, cold without. He watched Gale, and believed he could foretell that young man's future conduct. Gale gathered Nell up into his arms and held her to his breast for a long moment. "Dear Nell, I'm sure the worst of your trouble is over," he said gently. "I will not give you up. Now, won't you lie down, try to rest and calm yourself. Don't grieve any more. This thing isn't so bad as you make it. Trust me, I'll shut Mr. Radford Chase's mouth." As he released her, she glanced quickly up at him, then lifted appealing hands. "Dick, you won't hunt for him, go after him?" Gale laughed, and the laugh made Belding jump. "Dick, I beg of you, please don't make trouble. The Chases have been hard enough on us. They are rich, powerful. Dick, say you will not make matters worse. Please promise me you'll not go to him." "You ask me that?" he demanded. "Yes, oh yes. But you know it's useless. What kind of man do you want me to be?" "It's only that I'm afraid." "Oh, Dick, he'd shoot you in the back." "No, Nell, a man of his kind wouldn't have nerve enough for that." "You'll go?" she cried wildly. Gale smiled, and the smile made Belding cold. "Dick, I cannot keep you back?" "No," he said. Then the woman in her burst through instinctive fear, and with her eyes blazing black in her white face, she lifted parted, quivering lips and kissed him. Gale left the patio, and Belding followed closely at his heels. They went through the sitting room. Outside upon the porch sat the Rangers, Mr. Gale and Thorne. Dick went into his room without speaking. "Sure, something's coming off," said Ladd sharply, and he sat up with keen eyes narrowing. Belding spoke a few words, and remembering an impression he had wished to make upon Mr. Gale, he made them strong. But now it was with grim humor that he spoke. "Better stop that boy," he concluded, looking at Mr. Gale. "He'll do some mischief. He's wilder'n hell." "Stop him? Why, assuredly," replied Mr. Gale, rising with nervous haste. Just then Dick came out of his door. Belding eyed him keenly. The only change he could see was that Dick had put on a hat and a pair of heavy gloves. "Richard, where are you going?" asked his father. "I'm going over here to see a man." "No, it is my wish that you remain. I forbid you to go," said Mr. Gale, with a hand on his son's shoulder. Dick put Mr. Gale aside gently, respectfully, yet forcibly. The old man gasped. "Dad, I haven't gotten over my bad habit of disobeying you. I'm sorry. Don't interfere with me now, and don't follow me. You might see something unpleasant." "But my son, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to beat a dog." Mr. Gale looked helplessly from this strangely calm and cold son to the restless Belding. Then Dick strode off the porch. "Hold on!" Ladd's voice would have stopped almost any man. "Dick, you wasn't a-going without me?" "Yes, I was. But I'm thoughtless just now, laddie." "Sure you was." "Wait a minute, Dick. I'm a sick man, but at that nobody can pull any stunts round here without me." He hobbled along the porch and went into his room. Jim Lash knocked the ashes out of his pipe, and, humming his dance tune, he followed Ladd. In a moment the Rangers appeared, and both were packing guns. Not a little of Belding's grim excitement came from observation of Mr. Gale. At sight of the Rangers with their guns, the old man turned white and began to tremble. "Better stay behind," whispered Belding. "Dick's going to beat that two-legged dog, and the Rangers get excited when they're packing guns." "I will not stay behind," replied Mr. Gale stoutly. "I'll see this affair through. Belding, I've guessed it. Richard is going to fight the Chases, those robbers who have ruined you." "Well, I can't guarantee any fight on their side," returned Belding dryly, "but maybe there'll be greasers with a gun or two." Belding stalked off to catch up with Dick, and Mr. Gale came trudging behind with Thorn. "Where will we find these chases?" asked Dick of Belding. "They've got a place down the road adjoining the inn. They call it their club. At this hour Radford'll be there, sure. I don't know about the old man, but his office is now just across the way." They passed several houses, turned a corner into the main street, and stopped at a wide, low adobe structure. A number of saddled horses stood haltered to posts. Mexicans lolled around the wide doorway. "There's Ben Chase now, over on the corner," said Belding to Dick. "See, the tall man with the white hair, and the leather band on his hat. He sees us. He knows there's something up. He's got men with him. They'll come over. We're after the young buck, and sure he'll be in here." They entered. The place was a hall, and needed only a bar to make it a saloon. There were 2 rickety pool tables. Evidently Chase had fitted up this amusement room for his laborers as well as for use of his engineers and assistants, for the crowd contained both Mexicans and Americans. A large table near a window was surrounded by a noisy, smoking, drinking circle of card players. "Point out this Radford Chase to me," said Gale. "There, the big fellow with the red face. His eyes stick out a little. See? He's dropped his cards, and his face isn't red any more." Dick strode across the room. Belding grasped Mr. Gale and whispered hoarsely, "Don't miss anything. It'll be great. Watch Dick and watch Laddie. If there's any gunplay, dodge behind me." Belding smiled with a grim pleasure as he saw Mr. Gale's face turn white. Dick halted beside the table. His heavy boot shot up, and with a crash the table split, and glasses, cards, chips flew everywhere. As they rattled down and the chairs of the dumbfounded players began to slide, Dick called out, "My name is Gale. I'm looking for Mr. Radford Chase." A tall, heavy-shouldered fellow rose, boldly enough, even swaggeringly, and glowered at Gale. "I'm Radford Chase," he said. His voice betrayed the boldness of his action. It was over in a few moments. The tables and chairs were tumbled into a heap. One of the pool tables had been shoved aside. A lamp lay shattered, with oil running dark upon the floor. Ladd leaned against a post with a smoking gun in his hand. A Mexican crouched close to the wall, moaning over a broken arm. In the far corner, upheld by comrades, another wounded Mexican cried out in pain. These 2 had attempted to draw weapons upon Gale, and Ladd had crippled them. In the center of the room lay Radford Chase, a limp, torn, hulking, bloody figure. He was not seriously injured, but he was helpless, a miserable, beaten wretch, who knew his condition and felt the eyes upon him. He sobbed and moaned and howled, but no one offered to help him to his feet. Backed against the door of the hall stood Ben Chase, for once stripped of all authority and confidence and courage. Gale confronted him, and now Gale's mien was in striking contrast to the coolness with which he had entered the place. Though sweat dripped from his face, it was as white as chalk. Like dark flames his eyes seemed to leap and dance and burn. His lean jaw hung down and quivered with passion. He shook a huge gloved fist in Chase's face. "Your gray hair saved you this time, but keep out of my way. And when that son of yours comes to, tell him every time I meet him I'll add some more to what he got today." End of section 18. Section 19 of Desert Gold, A Romance of the Border, by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Secret of Forlorn River. In the early morning, Gale, seeking solitude where he could brood over his trouble, wandered alone. It was not easy for him to elude the Yaqui. And just at the moment he had cast himself down in a secluded shady corner, the Indian appeared, noiseless, shadowy, mysterious as always. "Malo," he said, in his deep voice. "Yes, Yaqui, it's bad, very bad," replied Gale. The Indian had been told of the losses sustained by Belding and his rangers. "Go, me," said Yaqui, with an impressive gesture toward the lofty lilac-colored steps of No-Name Mountains. He seemed the same as usual, but a glance on Gale's part, a moment's attention, made him conscious of the old strange force in the Yaqui. "Why does my brother want me to climb the nameless mountains with him?" asked Gale. "Lluvia de oro," replied Yaqui, and he made motions that Gale found difficult of interpretation. "Shower of gold," translated Gale. That was the Yaqui's name for Nell. What did he mean by using it in connection with a climb into the mountains? Were his motions intended to convey an idea of a shower of golden blossoms from that rare and beautiful tree, or a golden rain? Gale's listlessness vanished in a flash of thought. The Yaqui meant gold. Gold! He meant he could retrieve the fallen fortunes of the white brother who had saved his life that evil day at the Papago well. Gale thrilled as he gazed piercingly into the wonderful eyes of this Indian. Would Yaqui never consider his debt paid? "Go, me," repeat the Indian, pointing with a singular directness that always made this action remarkable in him. "Yes, Yaqui." Gale ran to his room, put on hobnailed boots, filled a canteen, and hurried back to the corral. Yaqui awaited him. The Indian carried a coiled lasso and a short stout stick. Without a word he led the way down the lane, turned up the river toward the mountains. None of Belding's household saw their departure. What had once been only a narrow mesquite-bordered trail was now a well-trodden road. A deep irrigation ditch, full of flowing muddy water, ran parallel with the road. Dick had been curious about the operations of the chases, but bitterness he could not help had kept him from going out to see the work. He was not surprised to find that the engineers who had constructed the ditches and dam had anticipated him in every particular. The dammed-up gulch made a magnificent reservoir, and Gale could not look upon the long narrow lake without a feeling of gladness. The dreaded Ano Seco of the Mexicans might come again, and would come, but never to the inhabitants of Forlorn River. That stone-walled, stone-floored gulch would never leak, and already it contained water enough to irrigate the whole Altar Valley for 2 dry seasons. Yaqui led swiftly along the lake to the upper end, where the stream roared down over unscalable walls. This point was the farthest Gale had ever penetrated into the foothills, and he had Belding's word for it that no white man had ever climbed No-Name Mountains from the west. But a white man was not an Indian. The former might have stolen the range and valley and mountain, even in the desert, but his possessions would ever remain mysteries. Gale had scarcely faced the great gray, ponderous wall of cliff before the old strange interest in the Yaqui seized him again. It recalled the tie that existed between them, a tie almost as close as blood. Then he was eager and curious to see how the Indian would conquer those seemingly insurmountable steps of stone. Yaqui left the gulch and clambered up over a jumble of weathered slides and traced a slow course along the base of the giant wall. He looked up and seemed to select a point for ascent. It was the last place in that mountainside where Gale would have thought climbing possible. Before him the wall rose, leaning over him, shutting out the light, a dark mighty mountain mass. Innumerable cracks and crevices and caves roughened the bulging sides of dark rock. Yaqui tied one end of his lasso to the short, stout stick, and, carefully disentangling the coils, he whirled the stick round and threw it almost over the first rim of the shelf, perhaps 30 feet up. The stick did not lodge. Yaqui tried again. This time it caught in a crack. He pulled hard. Then, holding to the lasso, he walked up the steep slant, hand over hand on the rope. When he reached the shelf he motioned for Gale to follow. Gale found that method of scaling a wall both quick and easy. Yaki pulled up the lasso, and threw the stick aloft into another crack. He climbed to another shelf, and Gale followed him. The third effort brought them to a more rugged bench 100 feet above the slides. Yaki worked round to the left, and turned into a dark fissure. Gale kept close to his heels. They came out presently into lighter space, yet one that restricted any extended view. Broken sections of cliff were on all sides. Here the ascent became toil. Gale could distance Yaki going downhill. On the climb, however, he was hard put to keep the Indian in sight. It was not a question of strength or lightness of foot. These Gale had beyond the share of most men. It was a matter of lung power, and the Yaki's life had been spent scaling the desert heights. Moreover, the climbing was infinitely slow, tedious, dangerous. On the way up several times Gale imagined he heard a dull roar of falling water. The sound seemed to be under him, over him to this side and to that. When he was certain he could locate the direction from which it came, then he heard it no more until he had gone on. Gradually he forgot it in the physical sensations of the climb. He burned his hands and knees. He grew hot and wet and winded. His heart thumped so that it hurt, and there were instants when his sight was blurred. When at last he had toiled to where the Yaki sat awaiting him upon the rim of that great wall, it was none too soon. Gale lay back and rested for a while without note of anything except the blue sky. Then he sat up. He was amazed to find that after that wonderful climb he was only 1,000 feet or so above the valley. Judged by the nature of his effort, he would have said he had climbed a mile. The village lay beneath him, with its new adobe structures and tents and buildings in bright contrast with the older habitations. He saw the green alfalfa fields and Belding's white horses, looking very small and motionless. He pleased himself by imagining he could pick out Blanco's soul. Then his gaze swept on to the river. Indeed, he realized now why someone had named it Forlorn River. Even at this season, when it was full of water, it had a forlorn aspect. It was doomed to fail out there on the desert, doomed never to mingle with the waters of the Gulf. It wound away down the valley, growing wider and shallower, encroaching more and more on the gray flats, until it disappeared on its sad journey toward Soneita. That vast, shimmering, sun-governed waste recognized its life only at this flood season, and was already with parched tongue and insatiate fire licking and burning up its futile waters. Yaki put a hand on Gale's knee. It was a bronzed, scarred, powerful hand, always eloquent of meaning. The Indian was listening. His bent head, his strange, dilating eyes, his rigid form, and that close-pressing hand, how these brought back to Gale the terrible lonely night hours on the lava. "What do you hear, Yaki?" asked Gale. He laughed a little at the mood that had come over him, but the sound of his voice did not break the spell. He did not want to speak again. He yielded to Yaki's subtle nameless influence. He listened himself, heard nothing but the scream of an eagle. Often he wondered if the Indian could hear things that made no sound. Yaki was beyond understanding. Whatever the Indian had listened to or for, presently he satisfied himself, and, with a grunt that might mean anything, he rose and turned away from the rim. Gale followed, rested now and eager to go on. He saw that the great cliff they had climbed was only a stairway up to the huge, looming dark bulk of the plateau above. Suddenly he again heard the dull roar of falling water. It seemed to have cleared itself of muffled vibrations. Yaki mounted a little ridge and halted. The next instant Gale stood above a bottomless cleft into which a white stream leaped. His astounded gaze swept backward along this narrow swift stream to its end in a dark, round, boiling pool. It was a huge spring, a bubbling well, the outcropping of an underground river coming down from the vast plateau above. Yaqui had brought Gale to the source of Forlorn River. Flashing thoughts in Gale's mind were no swifter than the thrills that ran over him. He would stake out a claim here and never be cheated out of it. Ditches on the benches and troughs on the steep walls would carry water down to the valley. Ben Chase had built a great dam which would be useless if Gale chose to turn Forlorn River from its natural course. The fountainhead of that mysterious desert river belonged to him. His eagerness, his mounting passion, was checked by Yaqui's unusual action. The Indian showed wonder, hesitation, even reluctance. His strange eyes surveyed this boiling well as if they could not believe the sight they saw. Gale divined instantly that Yaqui had never before seen the source of Forlorn River. If he had ever ascended to this plateau, probably it had been to some other part, for the water was new to him. He stood gazing aloft at peaks, at lower ramparts of the mountain, and at nearer landmarks of prominence. Yaqui seemed at fault. He was not sure of his location. Then he strode past the swirling pool of dark water, and began to ascend a little slope that led up to a shelving cliff. Another object halted the Indian. It was a pile of stones, weathered, crumbled, fallen into ruin, but still retaining shape enough to prove it had been built there by the hands of men. Round and round this the Yaqui stalked, and his curiosity attested of further uncertainty. It was as if he had come upon something surprising. Gale wondered about the pile of stones. Had it once been a prospector's claim? Grunted the Indian, and though his exclamation expressed no satisfaction, it surely put an end to doubt. He pointed up to the roof of the sloping yellow shelf of stone. Faintly outlined there in red were imprints of many human hands with fingers spread wide. Gale had often seen such paintings on the walls of the desert caverns. Manifestly these told Yaqui he had come to the spot for which he had aimed. Then his actions became swift, and Yaqui seldom moved swiftly. The fact impressed Gale. The Indian searched the level floor under the shelf. He gathered up handfuls of small black stones and thrust them at Gale. Their weight made Gale start, and then he trembled. The Indian's next move was to pick up a piece of weathered rock and throw it against the wall. It broke. He snatched up parts and showed the broken edges to Gale. They contained yellow streaks, dull glints, faint tracings of green. It was gold. Gale found his legs shaking under him, and he sat down, trying to take all the bits of stone into his lap. His fingers were all thumbs as with knife blade he dug into the black pieces of rock. He found gold. Then he stared down the slope, down into the valley with its river winding forlornly away into the desert. But he did not see any of that. Here was reality as sweet, as wonderful, as saving as a dream come true. Yaqui had led him to a ledge of gold. Gale had learned enough about mineral to know that this was a rich strike. All in a second he was speechless with the joy of it. But his mind whirled in thought about this strange and noble Indian, who seemed never to be able to pay a debt. Belding and the poverty that had come to him. Nell, who had wept over the loss of a spring. Laddie, who would never write again. Jim Lash, who swore he would always look after his friend. Thorne and Mercedes. All these people, who had been good to him and whom he loved, were poor. But now they would be rich. They would one and all be his partners. He had discovered the source of Forlorn River, and was rich in water. Yaqui had made him rich in gold. Gale wanted to rush down the slope, down into the valley, and tell his wonderful news. Suddenly his eyes cleared and he saw the pile of stones. His blood turned to ice, then to fire. That was the mark of a prospector's claim. But it was old, very old. The ledge had never been worked. The slope was wild. There was not another single indication that a prospector had ever been there. Where, then, was he who had first staked this claim? Gale wondered with growing hope, with the fire easing, with the cold passing. Yankee uttered the low, strange, involuntary cry so rare with him, a cry somehow always associated with death. Gale shuddered. The Indian was digging in the sand and dust under the shelving wall. He threw out an object that rang against the stone. It was a belt buckle. He threw out old shrunken, withered boots. He came upon other things, and then he ceased to dig. The grave of desert prospectors. Gale had seen more than one. Lad had told him many a story of such gruesome finds. It was grim, hard fact. Then the keen-eyed Yankee reached up to a little projecting shelf of rock and took from it a small object. He showed no curiosity and gave the thing to Gale. How strangely Gale felt when he received into his hands a flat, oblong box. Was it only the influence of the Yankee, or was there a nameless and unseen presence beside that grave? Gale could not be sure, but he knew he had gone back to the old desert mood. He knew something hung in the balance. No accident, no luck, no debt-paying Indian could account wholly for that moment. Gale knew he held in his hands more than gold. The box was a tin one, and not all rusty. Gale pried open the reluctant lid. A faint old musty odor penetrated his nostrils. Inside the box lay a packet wrapped in what once might have been oilskin. He took it out and removed this covering. A folded paper remained in his hands. It was growing yellow with age, but he descried a dim tracery of words, a crabbed scrawl, written in blood, hard to read. He held it more to the light, and slowly he deciphered its content. We, Robert Burton and Jonas Warren, give half of this gold claim to the man who finds it, and half to Nell Burton, daughter and granddaughter. Gasping with a bursting heart, overwhelmed by an unutterable joy of divination, Gale fumbled with the paper until he got it open. It was a certificate 21 years old, and recorded the marriage of Robert Burton and Nellie Warren. End of section 19. Section 20 of Desert Gold, A Romance of the Border, by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Desert Gold. A summer day dawned on Forlorn River, a beautiful, still, hot, golden day with huge sail clouds of white motionless over no-name peaks and the purple of clear air in the distance along the desert horizon. Mrs. Belding returned that day to find her daughter happy and the past buried forever in two lonely graves. The haunting shadow left her eyes. Gale believed he would never forget the sweetness, the wonder, the passion of her embrace when she called him her boy and gave him her blessing. A little wrinkled padre who married Gale and Nell performed the ceremony as he told his beads, without interest or penetration, and went his way, leaving happiness behind. "Sure I was a sick man," Lad said, "and darn near a dead one. But I'm a-going to get well. Maybe I'll be able to write again some day. Nell, I lay it to you, and I'm a-going to kiss you and wish you all the joy there is in this world. And Dick, as Yankee says, she's sure your shower of gold." He spoke of Gale's finding love, spoke of it with the deep and wistful feeling of the lonely ranger who had always yearned for love and had never known it. Belding, once more practical, and important as never before with mining projects and water claims to manage, spoke of Gale's great fortune in finding of gold. He called it desert gold. "Ah, yes, desert gold!" exclaimed Dick's father, softly, with eyes of pride. Perhaps he was glad Dick had found the rich claim. Surely he was happy that Dick had won the girl he loved. But it seemed to Dick himself that his father meant something very different from love and fortune in his allusion to desert gold. That beautiful happy day, like life or love itself, could not be wholly perfect. Yankee came to Dick to say good-bye. Dick was startled, grieved, and in his impulsiveness forgot for a moment the nature of the Indian. Yankee was not to be changed. Belding tried to overload him with gifts. The Indian packed a bag of food, a blanket, a gun, a knife, a canteen, and no more. The whole household went out with him to the corrals and fields, from which Belding bade him choose a horse, any horse, even the loved Blanco Diablo. Gale's heart was in his throat for fear the Indian might choose Blanco's soul, and Gale hated himself for a selfishness he could not help. But without a word he would have parted with the treasured soul. Yankee whistled the horses up, for the last time. Did he care for them? It would have been hard to say. He never looked at the fierce and haughty Diablo, nor at Blanco's soul as he raised his noble head and rang his piercing blast. The Indian did not choose one of Belding's whites. He caught a lean, wiry bronco, strapped a blanket on him, and fastened on the pack. Then he turned to these friends, the same emotionless, inscrutable, dark and silent Indian that he had always been. This parting was nothing to him. He had stayed to pay a debt, and now he was going home. He shook hands with the men, swept a dark fleeting glance over Nell, and rested his strange eyes upon Mercedes's beautiful and agitated face. It must have been a moment of intense feeling for the Spanish girl. She owed it to him that she had life and love and happiness. She held out those speaking slender hands, but Yankee did not touch them. Turning away, he mounted the bronco and rode down the trail toward the river. "He's going home," said Belding. "Home," whispered Ladd, and Dick knew the ranger felt the resurging tide of memory. Home, across the cactus and lava, through solemn lonely days, the silent lonely nights, into the vast and red-hazed world of desolation. "Thorne, Mercedes, Nell, let's climb the foothill yonder and watch him out of sight," said Dick. They climbed while the others returned to the house. When they reached the summit of the hill, Yankee was riding up the far bank of the river. "He will turn to look, to wave good-bye?" asked Nell. "Dear, he's an Indian," replied Gale. From that height they watched him ride through the mesquites, up over the river bank to enter the cactus. His mount showed dark against the green and white, and for a long time he was plainly in sight. The sun hung red in a golden sky. The last the watcher saw of Yankee was when he rode across a ridge and stood silhouetted against the gold of desert sky, a wild, lonely, beautiful picture. Then he was gone. Strangely it came to Gale then that he was glad. Yankee had returned to his own, the great spaces, the desolation, the solitude, to the trails he had trodden when a child, trails haunted now by ghosts of his people, and ever by his gods. Gale realized that in the Yankee he had known the spirit of the desert, that this spirit had claimed all which was wild and primitive in him. Tears glistened in Mercedes's magnificent black eyes, and Thorne kissed them away, kissed the fire back into them and the flame to her cheeks. That action recalled Gale's earlier mood, the joy of the present, and he turned to Nell's sweet face. The desert was there, wonderful, constructive, ennobling, beautiful, terrible, but it was not for him as it was for the Indian. In the light of Nell's tremulous returning smile that strange, deep clutching shadow faded, lost its hold forever, and he leaned close to her, whispering, "Lluvia de oro," shower of gold. End of section 20. End of Desert Gold, A Romance of the Border by Zane Grey.